Hello! Hello, Monoct. I am so happy to see you in my chat room. First thing. I don't know if you've ever read Umineko, but we're like smack dab into episode 3, so you might be a little bit confused, because boy, is this a visual novel. One thing I noticed as I was playing through this is that the background changes for each episode, this start screen background. I guess that makes sense though, because obviously each episode was originally released separately. You know, you'd buy it at Comic Head or whatever, and then they compiled them. So I guess this is just the background for each individual episode. You had no idea what I sounded like? Well, now you know. Congratulations. Yeah, Umineko is a hell of a thing to come into the middle of. Many things have happened, and we're 3 out of 8 episodes in, and apparently it only gets more and more insane, which is funny. So I don't know. Do your best to keep up. I don't know. I guess I could give you a quick summary. Umineko is a visual novel. It's kind of set up like a typical murder mystery where it's like, they're the rich family and everybody has a motive because they all want the inheritance. Except, imagine that, except this random lady appears and says she's a witch and she's doing all the murders with magic. And now it's about one of the youngest members of the family trying to prove that magic isn't real and that she's not really a witch. So it's about that instead of the inheritance now. So yeah. And also, both episodes so far have ended with everybody dying and resetting, because there's also a meta element where they're still arguing about whether witches are real after they have died, and now they're like observing a different take on events to try and prove which one is correct or not. It's like a thought experiment to see if you can prove all these murders are being done with human means instead of magic. Anyways, it's very complex. There's many things happening. We're just gonna continue. You're just gonna have to do your best to keep up. I don't have anything to tell people. Oh wait, I gotta load. What am I doing? I don't have anything to tell people that are coming in late to this and haven't, like, been with it from the beginning, other than just do your best, I guess. Ganbare. No, hang on, this is not what I wanted to do. There we go, load. There we go.
Pt.12
Hello, Kenzo.
先ほどから呼んで
Oh, Beatrice.
聞こえなんだか
そうであったかすまぬぼんやり考え事をしていた許せ
良い天気だな
It's a nice day to talk to a lady who wants to kill me.
なるほど病気に心を奪われるのもわかるというもの紅茶はここで飲むか
I could go for some black tea. Who's gonna make me black tea? With, like, maybe some peach in it. I love black tea with, like, peach juice.
わらわは何者なのか
今紅茶を持ってくるしばし待て
紅茶は良いわらわの話に付き合え
Thank you for stopping by, Minok. I look forward to Your future obedience. Kinzo had used the excuse of getting black tea to try and interrupt the conversation for the time being, but his attempt had been very transparent. I sat in a garden chair and beckoned to Kinzo to do the same. Kinzo sat down heavily, exaggerating his age. For a while, we sat and appreciated the silence.
わらわは何者なのか。
I don't. You always seem more sure of that than the rest of us, Beatrice.
なぜか皆目をそらし、はぐらかす。そなたとは長い仲だ。
Maybe this is a flashback.
わらわはそなたを
It must be, right? Because there's no typhoon going
そ
on.
して父ですらあると思っておる。
Okay, that's a little weird.
だからどうか教えてほしい。そなたは知っているはずだ。わらわが何者であるかを。
なぜにそのようなことが気になるのか。そなたはベアトリーチェ、この屋敷の主ではないか。それ以上の何を知りたいというのか。
I haven't seen this is a good face. This is a new one. She looks so confused.
なんだ。何が知りたいのか自分でもわからぬというのか。それは不可解な。若き日には出口なき思考の迷路にて遊びたくなることもある。そなたの悩みもそれであろう。
Kinzo laughed as though it was a trivial matter. However, I couldn't help but feel that this behavior was another attempt to force me to stop any further questioning.
そなたもそれを語っては。
This old man is gaslighting me.
語ることなど何もない。そなたはベアトリーチェだ。それで十分ではないか。
いや違う。
This conversation is very weird.
わらわが知りたいの
It must be a flashback, but I don't know when Kinzo and Beatrice ever talked.
わらわ
Like before, after making the deal.
わらわは誰で何でいつからここにいてそしていつまでここで日々を過ごせばよいのか。
Like Kinzo was specifically lamenting that he hasn't seen her since then, so I guess this is maybe a third episode exclusive plot point. I can't possibly understand it right now. I don't have all of the information.
もったいないとは思わぬか。
これは何の話だ。
Oh, hi, Battler. I'm interjecting in your flashback, Beatrice.
どうやらお前の昔話のようだが。
そのようだな。まさかここまで遡ると。
自分は誰なのかとはまた。えらく高尚な悩みをお持ちの
How
ようで
how how old is this memory? Because Kinzo still looks like an old man.
無理もない。当時のわらわは自分が何者なのか、何のために生きているのかを理解できなかった。
Or maybe they just didn't feel like drawing a young man sprite for him.
自分の生きる意味とは何ぞやみたいな哲学的な悩みに一度はとらわれるものさ。お前にもそんな微笑ましい時期があっただけという話だろ。
Doesn't this mean he's calling her an old lady by proxy?
わらわは生まれた時からその屋敷におった。
Seriously? I thought... Okay. This must
屋
be...
敷の中だけで生きた。
What?
もちろん庭には出られたが、敷地はとても高い柵で囲まれており、
How did you live in the
出
mansion
ることは
if you are like... If you existed before he built it?
また出てはならないと厳しく言われておった。わらわはな、屋敷と庭は自由に歩けたが、その外へは自らの意志ではたった一
Maybe it's a metaphorical
歩出る
mansion.
ことさえ叶わなかった。
It's not the same mansion, it's the mansion of our heart.
そりゃどういう意味だよ。
What did she mean by this?
物心ついた時からずっとカゴの鳥だったって言いたいのか。
そういうものだと思っていた。何しろ気づいた時からそういう生活だった。
It's just like the House of Leaves. Yeah, you can't prove it's real. It doesn't actually exist anywhere. And also the book exists within the book.
一体
You use the papers as fuel for a fire. House of Leaves is a great read, by the way. If anybody has not read House of Leaves, you should do that.
それよ。
It's one of my favorite books.
それこそ。わらわも
I bet Ryukishi likes House of Leaves.
どうせ人間ではなくて魔女でしたって言いやがるんだろ。
魔女でした。
いや違う。まだ違う。いや、かつてそうだったと言うべきか。わらわは金像によって作られた。
Wait, what?
人間によって作られた。
I thought he summoned you. Keep your story straight.
肉でできた檻とでも言うべきか。
なんだよそりゃ。妙な話を言い出しやがって。
It is getting weird. You're right about that, Battler.
どうせそなたは信じぬだろうがな。まずは聞け。わらわは千年を経た偉大なる魔女であった。しかしある時、金像によって呼び出され。
Okay, alright. Yes, this I know. Magane mode? Very well.
永遠の虜となるよう
As you wish.
縛られたの。
You are the one spending the points, so that means just this once you can tell me what to do if you have channel points.
そりゃ
Okay,
初耳
so
だぜ。
they've mentioned Beatrice like not having a body before, so I guess that's what she means by living in the mansion, is that Kenzo bound her to that specific
後ろに
body
で知
that
られ
he
てる
made.
話では
It's
お前は
like how
小
they
さなに呼び出
implied
されて
Shannon and Canon are like not real people, but like weird golems?
悪魔の契約みたいなのを結んで黄金を授けたってことになってるぜ。
I am of course taking this with a grain of salt, because we know magic isn't real.
それは正しい。そしてわらわは黄金を授け。
Homunculus, yes. Not golem. Golems are made of clay. Homunculus is more right. Yeah, I've read Full Metal Alchemist.
しかし、まあモテる女の辛いとこよ。
Popular women have it rough. She's got a
金像
point.
はこともあろうか。わらわに恋をする。
He's my tier 3 sub on Twitch. He gives me the biggest
じいさま
super
の気が
chats on
進んでたんだ
YouTube.
ろうよ。
Those jokes are weird now that there's the actual like Ryukishi VTuber.
ついでに乱視だな。よりによってお前に惚れるとはよ。
まあわらわにとっては迷惑この上ない話よ。しかし人間の力とは恐ろしいものでな。あれは恐ろしい力を発揮してわらわをこの地へ釘付けにしたのだ。わらわが首を縦に振らぬ限り解放せぬと言って。
Yeah, but I'd only want like the VTuber to be actually Beato if it was her voice actress playing her.
なんとも
Nobody else can have she can't have a different voice. This is too good.
すげえじゃねえかよ。じいさまがオカルトかぶれなのは誰もが知るところだ
I
な。
didn't know he was a simp too.
大魔女ベアトリーチェ様を釘付けにするほどの力があったとはな。へっ、バカバカしい。そんなおかしな話信じる
It's
と
pretty
思うか。
weird.
やはり信じぬか。
俺が信じるのはお前が森の中の秘密屋敷に隠居していたって事実だけだ。お前こそが六軒島の中級人目なんだろう。
I mean, she's been saying that the whole time. It's just the magic part, really.
いかにそなたの想像通り。ここは六軒島の森。
Okay, yeah, okay, so she's talking about that hidden mansion that was brought up last time that they said the Beatrice that is Kinzo's mistress lived
外界
in.
からは見つけることもかなわぬ隠し屋敷。その名もクワドリア。
Kura Dorian, Nine Birds Retreat.
そういやゲストハウスの正しい名はトライアンだって聞いたな。
Torayon Visitors Retreat. Okay.
なるほど。
I wonder why it's called Nine
メール
Birds
で捜索したい
Retreat.
な。
Because Beatrice is only one bird. Is there other birds?
そしてお前はそこに隠居していたじい様の愛人。そうだな。
愛人というのは正しく
I ain't fucking him.
金蔵の片思いであったと言うべきだろう。先ほども話したであろう。あれが勝手にわらわに惚れた。そしてわらわに求愛したが、それをわらわは
I still lived in the nice house he made for me, though.
そして
Yeah, she's just catfishing him.
わらわをこの隠し屋敷へ閉じ込めた。いや、屋敷に閉じ込めたというのは正しくないが、この体に閉じ込めたというべきだ。
Hmm.
最後が何を言ってるのかわかんねえぜ。
どうせそなたはバカにして聞かぬであろう。何しろ魔女も魔法も信じぬという。語れど聞く耳を持たぬというならば、それを口にするは愚の骨頂だ。
Wow.
信じるかどうかは俺が判断するぜ。聞かなきゃ話も進まねえしな。
I'm agnostic.
話せよ。
For the moment.
お前の昔話を。
金蔵はわらわに求愛を拒まれたが、それ式で
He's
へこたれ
very,
た男ではない。
he's very,
どうあってもわらわの首を縦に振らせたかった。
Kinzo is very, wow, I can't remember the word all of a sudden. Persistent, there we go.
わらわをこの屋敷へ閉じ込め、わらわを口説き落とそうと。
So did he like use those magic seals to make sure you couldn't leave or
強引
something?
なやつだな。
It seems like Beatrice had like can't leave Rokenjima for some reason.
しつこい男は嫌われるだろ。
Obstinate men.
求愛に応えるかどうかは別にして。しかしわらわは決して首を縦には振らない。
Oh, she was just stringing him along. Very
なんとか
base,
その
very
戒
girl
めから
bossy.
逃れようとしたが、
I like this song a lot too. It's
彼
played
の
a few
決断は
times.
強固で破れなかった。
それで
さまざまな抵抗を試みた結果、金蔵の結界から逃れるには肉の体を捨てるほかないという。
Right, okay. So this is something they've talked about before, I think. Is the idea that Beatrice doesn't always have a physical form.
肉の体を捨てる？なんだよそれ。幽体離脱みたいなものか？
まあそんなものと考えればよい。
It's like that thing Doctor Strange can
し
do.
かしわらわは精霊ではない。魔女では
Astral
あって
projection.
もともとは肉の体で生まれ落ちた人間だ。そのわらわにとって肉体を捨てるということ。
It is fun when you're right, Pyropoyo. It's fun when Beatrice and Battler are just like having a kind of normal conversation with each other. Like the subject matter isn't normal, but they're not screaming at each other for once. It's kind of funny how much of their character reveals.
それはつまり自殺することでしか解放されないと決意したって意味なのか。
自殺ではない。あくまでも肉の体を捨てるだけのことだ。もちろん魂だけ
He doesn't know he can survive. He can't survive without a body, chat. He can't just put his spirit in a new form. Imagine being that lame.
魂は肉の体を出れば太陽の強い風に絶えずさらされてしまう。
Imagine not just making a new body for yourself that looks the way you want it to.
それによって吹き散らされないように。
Could not be me.
わらわとて容易なことではない。できることなら避けたい最後の手段だった。しかし金蔵の結界から逃れるにはそれしかなかったのだ。何しろわらわは自由人。
Jeez.
金蔵の生が果てるまで カゴにて飼われるのはごめんというもの。
Crimson King Brunstead, thanks for following. Welcome to the Rose Rabbit Army. We're reading Umineko When They Cry. We're in episode 3. I couldn't see this stuff Beato kept going on about throwing away her body of flesh, as anything more than suicide. Grandfather persistently courted her, and to escape from that, she chose her own death.
それで自殺した。
You keep repeating yourself, Battler. She already said it wasn't suicide.
何を言ってやがる。当のお前はそこでのんびりガーデンチェアに腰掛けてるじゃねえか。
そうだ、それこそが金蔵によって与えられた新たな檻だったのだ。
Well, I'm glad to have you here, Crimson King Brunstead. I can kind of guess from the name that you might be a fan of Ryukishi's work. This is my first time ever reading it. It's been very intriguing so far. I've got a lot of thoughts. There's many. This is a story that takes place on multiple levels.
檻？この屋敷のことか。
違う。そこのガーデンチェアにてくつろぐわらわの体のことだ。金蔵は魂。
Maybe that's why in that old flashback, the lady who said she was Beatrice with the blue hair looked different. Like this is one of her she had like a different body back then. This is the one Kinzo made.
それでもなお逃すつもりはなかったのだ。
The witch's onion, yeah. It's like Shrek.
いや恐ろしいやつ。普通は片思いの女が死んでみせれば100年の恋も冷めるであろうに。だからこそあれも。
Unfortunately, Kinzo, as we know, does not believe in women's rights.
さっぱりわからねえ魔女っ子トークで煙に巻くな。
Not just witch talk, witch girl talk. It's doubly difficult for Battler that it's both girl talk and witch talk. Witch talk. He can't understand it twice as much.
つまりなんだってんだ。
金蔵は魂となったわらわすらも逃さなかったということだ。人間の思いというやつは恐ろしい。これほどまでの魔力を発揮するとは。死者の魂をつなぎ止めるなど、それを専門に弓道する魔術師でもおいそれと至れぬ境地よ。わらわはそれを知るからこそ金蔵の恐るべき魔力にその時初めて驚愕した。
He's pretty good.
そして金蔵は
He just made another one and shoved you back in, huh?
ずれだが魂を捉えておく檻は鉄でも鉛でも作れぬ。
See, this is the thing that's funny about this, is that we keep saying is that, like, all of Beato's and Battler's arguments are basically just Twitter fights, because they're only arguing in, like, theoreticals. They're talking about Hempel's Raven and shit because they don't use evidence for any of their arguments, they're just talking theoretically. Like, literally all the time. So they're like, well, you know, according to the Devil's Proof or Hempel's Raven, you know, I can just make things up. So they're literally just like, source, I made it up.
ただ一つを除いて。
なんだよ。魔法の檻だとでも言い出すのかよ。
違う。
違う。
わらわやそなたのようなこの肉の体だ。肉と血でできた檻だけが魂をこの世につなぎ止める。金蔵はわらわの魂をわらわと瓜二つに作り上げた肉の檻に再び。
要約するとこういうことか。じいさまがしつこく求愛するんで嫌になり自殺したが、うまく死にきれなかったってことだろ。
I love Battler like continually trying to put it into like normal terms. Like he hears Beatrice say, I ejected my soul from my body, but Kinzo dragged it and put it back in a new body that he made like a homunculus, and he's like, ah, so you committed suicide, but you weren't able to, for whatever reason you survived.
まありくどい言い方しやがってからに。
He's like, this woman is speaking all in metaphors. It's very strange.
いいや違う。 わらわはホムンクルスの種子に魂を閉じ込められ、試験管の中より生まれ入れたのだ。
はあ
Test tube baby.
バカバカしい。そんなのあるわけねえだろ。
生命を生み出す奇跡すらも金蔵は成し遂げたのだ。
I assume this is what they're talking about when they say Kinzo like made his furniture, like canon and stuff. That's why they can use the weird energy sword magic.
つくづく恐ろしいやつよ。
ああ、もうさすがにバカバカしくなってきたぜ。
This is stupid.
好きなだけ言ってろってんだ。俺は何も信じねえぜ。
Battler like 2 minutes ago, I'll listen to you and decide if this is true or not.
勝手にやってやがれって。
Now he's like, no, I don't want to hear anymore.
なんだその不愉快な態度は。
最初は何か重大なヒントが隠されているだろうと多少の興味を示したが、
I feel like there is a big hint hidden here, but you're just being an idiot.
魔女を否定するゲームのはずなのに、いつの間にか魔女話を鵜呑みにさせられていく気がするぜ。悪いがこれ以上耳を貸す気はねえな。
I'm done talking to you.
勝手に
Blocked.
好きなだけほざいてろよ。耳クソでもほじってるからよ。
That's unsanitary, Battler. Don't do that. Even Beatrice looks a little grossed out. When I started acting cold, Beata seemed unusually discouraged. Aww, she wanted him to hear her out. Of course, her expression was still shameless, but in that really easy to understand expression of hers, I had the feeling I was able to catch a glimpse of loneliness at my failure to find the story of her past interesting. For some reason, that subtle reaction made her seem pitiful, so even though I kept my careless attitude, I decided to cover for her slightly. Damn it, even though she's an irritating witch, I'm still weak against her because her chromosomes are XX. Battler's one weakness. Women.
続けろよ。お茶菓子代わりに聞いてやるぜ。
わらわの身の上話が茶化扱いとはな。そこまでこき下ろされてまでのこのこ語ると思うか。
After I made fun of her, Beato acted a little sensitively. It looked like even though making fun of people was her specialty, she was horrible at being made fun of by others. Oh, I know a lot of people like that. Just then, my black teacup suddenly made a sound, surprising me.
お嬢様の魂は捕らえられ、
Oh, hello,
新
Renove.
しい生命の檻に吹き込まれました。それはつまり、お嬢様が再び人間として生を受けたということです。
Before I realized that the demon butler had taken my cup and was adding more black tea to it.
ロノウェ、もうその話は。
Hey, I'm the only one allowed to narrate about my
バカバカ
past.
しくて危険というでな。わらわもバカバカしくて話す気にもならぬ。
新しいクッキーを。
I like how they're like, oh yeah, Beatrice can dish it out, but she can't take it.
それまでお茶菓子代わりにお嬢様の昔話がちょうどいいかと思いまして。
His stupid laugh.
もうわらわの話は良いというのに。揃って不愉快な奴らだ。わらわは席を外す。
Everybody's so mean to me.
ロノウェ、給仕を済ませたらとっとと下がるのだぞ。バトラと無駄話などするでないぞ。
かしこまりました。
You ruined the mood, Renove. Well, actually, Battler ruined the mood. Meow. Beata's short temper, peculiar to women, which I didn't really understand, took hold of her, and she turned her body into gold butterflies, scattered and disappeared. After that, only Renove and the scent of the black tea were left.
なんだか俺が怒らせたみたいで気分が悪いぜ。
I was mean to a woman. I have to repent.
ご自覚があられるようですので、これ以上申し上げることはございませんよ。
ちょっと待てよ。 とどめを刺したのはお前だろうが。
はて、何のこと。
Don't gaslight me, you
お砂糖
demon
と
butler.
ミルクはいかがですかな。
ミルクだけでいいぜ。あと、お茶菓子も欲しいな。
クッキーが焼けるにはまだ時間がかかりますよ。
Who knew demons could be so good at baking?
かしこまりました。ご成長をいただけるのでしょう
Oh, he's gonna tell him the rest, even though Beatrice told him not to? Wow.
ホムンクルスがなんとかって言ったな。一応は知ってるぜ。あれだろ、錬金術だかで作り出す。
Yeah, see, Battler's read Full Metal Alchemist too.
はい。お嬢様の魂はホムンクルスに閉じ込められ、
Baby.
再び赤子となって生を受け、このしかし赤子でございますから、金蔵様が愛を語ろうとも
Yeah, that would be really weird.
それはことでございます。
まさかじい様はその赤ん坊をこの隠し屋敷に同じ年に成長するまで閉じ込めたってのか。
はい、そのまさかでご
That's
ざいます。
still pretty weird.
しかし魂は同じといえど、人間の魂はその器に
Oh, okay, that must be why she acts different than the Beatrice with
お
blue
嬢
hair.
様はかつての記憶を全て失われ、ごく普通の人間の少女として成長されました。
それが、そこのガーデンチェアに座ってるベアートだってのか。
Okay, so that explains why she's still why she apparently did not age.
その通りでございます。まさに瓜二つに成長なされました。しかし魔女としての力は持ち合わせておりません。あくまでも人間としてのお嬢様なのです。
Beato, who was sitting in the garden chair looking up at the sky, voiced that same question again. She asked who she was. The meaning of those words was finally starting to click. She couldn't understand why she was living here all locked up. Grandfather had seized Beatrice's soul, shut it up in a body of flesh, and then shut that up in a hidden mansion. However, since she had lived here since the time of her birth, she couldn't even understand who she was, or why she lived shut up in there. But wait. Who would take such a stupid story seriously? Why don't I change my interpretation? In other words, could it be something like this? Grandfather met Beatrice. He then fell in love with her and courted her, but she didn't accept him. Then he flew into her raids and shut her up inside this hidden mansion. Beatrice tried to escape, but no matter what she did, she couldn't succeed. So she finally chose her own death. And then, no. Maybe there was a girl who looked just like Beatrice. No, a baby. Battler, you're coping again. Grandfather raised this child with care, but maybe he didn't view this child as his daughter. The soul was once again shut up in a cage of flesh. Those words probably meant that he didn't view this kid as her child, but as her reincarnation. Maybe that's what it meant. Yeah, sure thing. If you interpret it that way, even a story this weird might make a little sense. No. This might be some bullshit Beato cooked up to confuse me. As if I could accept any of this. In the first place, Kuwadorian, was it? There's no proof whatsoever that a hidden mansion actually existed. You're the one who came up with that theory, Battler. Couldn't this be something she just fabricated on the spot? Okay, there he said it in red. Thank you.
それが今話をしていた場所です。
Battler, you were the one who posited the whole theory of the 19th person is someone who's been hiding in a mansion to put your family in the clear. Aka. Renove used the red to say that Kuwadorian actually existed. Did that mean the same thing as the red Beato used?
これでも悪魔の端くれでございますので、お嬢様には内緒にしてくださいね。
Beato, who knew I would try to trip her up, had grown extremely cautious when using red. To think that Renove could also use the red. However, it was the red of a crafty man. I didn't know how far I could accept it. But anyway, I might be able to get some kind of hint out of it.
この クワドリアンの庭でくつろいでるベアトとさっきのじい様との会話は真実なのか？
はい、真実です。かつ実際にこの場所でお二人はこのような
Conversation like
会
that.
話をなされました。
助かるぜ。さらに赤で頼む。あいつホムンクルスから生
I
まれ
think
たなんて言い
I
や
think Renove just wants to spite Beato because he doesn't like being controlled by
そ
her.
んな非科学的な魔法的存在実在するのか？
その問いかけにはお答えでき
That would that would defeat the purpose of the game.
理由はステイルメイトになるからでございます。
ステイルメイト？なんだそれ？
Stalemate.
チェスの用語で千日手のパーペチュアルと同様にそれ以上
Well, he didn't just not just any guy said it. He said it in red, so we know red statements are irrefutable truths.
これは千日手とは正反対で指し手がなくなるある種の手詰まりの状態を指します。パーペチュアルに同じでチェスではこれを引き分けにしております。ただしお嬢様とバトラ様のゲームでは
That's right. No ties, no stalemates. She said it herself.
ですのでステイルメイトになる質問には赤でお答えすることができないのです。
よくわからねえこと言って煙に巻いてるが、つまりホムンクルスなんて魔法的存在が実在するって赤で言えないからごまかしてるだけなんだろ？
仮に私が赤で魔女は実在すると言ったらバトラ様はどういたしますか？
Like the hard confirmation like that instead of arguing over it and making one of the other players give in is it would defeat the purpose.
俺たちは大喧嘩してるんじゃねえかよ。
Exactly. There you go, Valor. You figured it out slower than me,
それを
as
言われちまっ
usual.
たら身も蓋もないぜ。ゲームオーバーだ。
魔女は存在すると赤で申し上げたならバトラ様には反論の余地がありません。しかしバトラ様はその理由が示されない以上それを受け入れないでしょう。しかし赤で語られる以上反論の余地もなく証拠も示されない。この場合バトラ様は敗北を認められないにもかかわらず反論の手がなく
Exactly.
手詰まりと
It
なっ
would
てしまい
defeat the
ます。
whole purpose.
チェックメイトされていないにもかかわらず次なる指し手が存在しない。バトラ様が次の一手を打てない以上お嬢様に手番が回ってくることはなくゲームはそこで永遠に
And that would be no fun for anybody.
その結果お嬢様があなたを屈服させることもできない。これが手詰まりの状態です。それを回避する
That's one of the best Ratchet and Clank games, though.
このような形になるご質問には赤でお答えすることができないのです。
早い話が身も蓋もない質問は禁止だとそう言いたいわけだな。まあそりゃそうだよな。赤で魔女は実在するって言われちまったら俺は花からお手上げだぜ。
ご理解いただけ
It's not a mystery if you're just told the answer.
他の形の質問でしたらご協力できるかと思いますよ。
奴がはぐらかした副賞要求には答えられるか？この島の人数だ。
That's true. She refused to answer
お
that
嬢
time.
様が保留されている副賞要求にももちろん答えられませんよ。お嬢様の家具でございますので出過ぎ
I'm allowed to be a little defiant, but not that much. Renove made an exaggerated gesture, trying to act like a loyal retainer. This guy's so shameless.
一瞬でも使えるやつと思ったのに諦めて他の質問を探すか。そうだ、大事なことを確認するのを忘れてた。これはベアとの思い出話なんだろ？いつの話なんだ？まさか現在ってことはないだろう。
No, it's obviously far in the past.
はい。ここは
19... Okay, like 20 years ago. Interesting.
19年前の世界でございます。
Let's try rearranging this story again. I wonder if it couldn't be something like this. Grandfather fell in unrequited love with a person called Beatrice. Then he confined her in this hidden mansion and continued to court her, but she was stubborn and didn't give in. Eventually, she grew pessimistic about being able to escape from here, and probably committed suicide. And then, her soul was put in a homunculus and... No, if I accept that, it's the same as accepting the witch. Yeah, it would be a little bit hypocritical to say, homunculi are fine, but I draw the line at witches. I can interpret that part like this. She probably had a posthumous daughter. Grandfather must have believed that her soul had been placed in a new physical body, and might have thought that the child was a reincarnation of Beatrice. That means, at least 19 years ago, Beatrice existed on this island as the 19th person. Wow, what some specific numbers being used. Yeah, I know. I was like, that's why I was confused about Kinzo not looking any younger. Like, I'm willing to believe he looked the same 19 years ago, but if it was like, I was just confused about whether this was like when he first met Beatrice or what. But now I know.
いずれにせよ、憶測の域を出ない。確実に赤で言えることは、1967年の六軒島の隠し屋敷に、人間としてのベアトリーチェが存在した。それだけだ。
その通りでございます。1967年の六軒島の隠し屋敷に、人間としてのベアトリーチェ様が存在した。
ああ、サンキュー。
サンキュー。
助かるぜ。
おめでとうございます。これでバトラ様の19人目の駒は、その存在が。
Good job, Battler. I'm sure this won't come back to bite you in the
バトラ様が
ass.
熱望された18人以外に罪をなすりつけられる。
I'm sure there's no way to twist this into being bad for you.
いかなる罪をもなすりつけることのできる生贄の羊。それがお嬢様とは実に愉快。
Renove laughed indiscreetly. Somehow, I didn't like how he put that, so I didn't feel like laughing along with him.
そうだ。ローザおばさんは言った。ベアトリーチェは死んだ。
Yeah, what did Rosa mean by that?
私が殺した？どういう意味なんだ？
それは私の口から語るよりも、実際に。
Yeah, let's hear it from the horse's mouth.
早いでしょう。少々時計を進めましょう。
Renove pulled a stylish pocket watch from his pocket and touched the watch stem. As soon as he did, I saw gold butterflies gather behind his back and take the form of a person. Oh, she's back. Hello. Was it Beato? I quickly realized that it was someone else. Wait, no? No, it's not her. Is it... Oh, it's okay. It's one of the stakes. I was like, oh god. Is Burncastle and Lambda Delta gonna show up already? They haven't shown themselves to really Battler yet. It was her. That oldest sister of the 7 stakes, who loved tormenting me more than her 3 meals a day. But I don't consider myself lucky to see that sexy ass. I won't be able to keep up with their torture game. That's cool, Battler. You know, we all gotta find reasons to keep going.
あって、子宮のどのようなご用やら、少々。バトラ様とのおしゃべりが過ぎたようですね。それではバトラ様、私めはこれで失礼させていただきます。どうか引き続きお嬢様とのゲームを
I won't, but okay.
へいへい、せいぜい楽しむぜ。あんたはベアトより話が弾むからな。
You're not as mean to me.
赤も気前よく使ってくれるしよ。ぜひまたおしゃべりに来いよな。
バトラ様、私めもこう見えてもお嬢様の家具。お嬢様が望まぬことはできません。私が語った赤は本来ならお嬢様が自らの
She was too busy pouting, so she told me to say it.
へそを曲げてしまわれたお嬢様に代わって
That's literally what he said.
やっぱあれへそを曲げてたよな。
I don't know if it's worrying or not that I'm getting to know these characters so well that I can predict their thought processes. Seeing me and Renove incomprehensibly hitting it off, the steak Nachon cocked her head curiously.
ロノウェ様、ベアトリーチェ様をお待たせしております。お急ぎを。
There's some cute Beato art in the episode 3 manga. I'm looking forward to it. I've been enjoying reading the manga episodes after I finish each episode of the game. The manga's had pretty good art so far.
それではバトラ様、後ほど。
I don't know who the artist is who did episode 2, but they drew the you are incompetent part very well.
ようやく仲良くなれてきましたね。やはり
Where she like leans forward and grabs him by the tie.
ベアとの陰口仲間ってことならな。
Hey, that's like friendship.
ロノウェ様。
はいはい。それでは失礼いたします。
Part of Umineko is allowing its cast to move into your head rent-free for the rest of your life. Yeah, I noticed. I know many people have read this. That seems to be the case. I'm okay with it though, because I can like absorb them and become more powerful. Maybe she didn't like seeing Max so friendly with me, or maybe she really had been told to hurry. When the steak and Achon let out a thunderous cry, Renove laughed frivolously and disappeared as if running away. He let out a little giggle and ran away with his arms up.
煉獄の七杭が長女のこの私がこの程度の用事で呼びつけられるなんて。ベアトリーチェ様もこの程度なら他の暇そうな妹たちに言いつければいいのに。
何をカリカリしてんだよ姉ちゃん。腹減ってんならクッキーでも食えよ。最後の一枚をくれてやるぜ。
ふん、気が利くじゃない。なら一ついただこうかしら。
I'm not Ultimecia. Ultimecia is pretty cool though. I like her vibes. I should stream Final Fantasy VIII sometime. I casually pushed the snack plate with the last remaining cookie over to her.
ありがとう。
Ow. As though coming as a period at the end of the sentence, a sharp sound pierced the table. The nails on 3 of her fingers extended, grew sharp, and pierced the space between my fingers on the hand that was pushing the plate, missing them by a hair's breadth. It happened in an instant, so for a while I didn't even realize that her fingernails had grown. Wow, this really is just like Full Metal Alchemist. The tips of those sharp nails were like blades with a red manicure. The spaces between the bases of my fingers hurt sharply. Those razor-like blades had been plunged into the table a hair's breadth away from the back of my hand and fingers. Because of those 3 blades, I was unable to even let my careless right hand tremble, and by now all I could do was let a bead of cold sweat drip down.
姉ちゃん、そろそろ爪を切った方がいいぜ。
ルシファー。
You're cool as a cucumber here, Battler.
それが誇り高き私の名。ベアトリーチェ様にお仕えする名誉ある家具。煉獄の七杭が長女。他の面汚しな愚昧どもとはわけが違う。
That's true, she does represent pride instead of lust.
それに見合った敬意を示さないと後悔することになるわよ。
どう後悔するんだか。俺には見当もつかねえぜ。
バカな子ね。
Sucks for you, I'm into that.
そんなに遊んでほしいの？そんなに忘れられないの？私の悔いを思いっきり奥の奥までねじ込んで。
Wow, that feels like an innuendo. You're gonna plunge deep into me? You're gonna plunge deep into him? Is that what you're saying?
くそったれ。いつか押し倒して同じセリフを言ってやるぜ。
Sure you will, Battler.
あらそう？
I don't think Battler has I don't think Battler has any capability to top inside of him.
楽しみにしてるわね。
Well, I hope you enjoy your cinnamon roll despite it, Hatsune Miron. I could go for a cinnamon roll. Ouch. Oh, meanwhile, back at the story. Rosa eventually regained her calm. The men wanted to hurry her into talking faster, but Kyrie intervened. If something like that really happened, then it would have been a terrible experience that Rosa wouldn't want to remember. After taking several deep breaths with her in her chest, it seemed that she had more or less resolved herself to talk. Put it in a blender and drink it, Hatsune Miron. That's what you should do.
あれはいくつの時だったのかしら。
I don't know, this is completely new information you're revealing, Rosa. It took 3 parts.
中学生か。よく覚えてない。とにかくそのくらいの頃だったと思うわ。
ってことはだいたい20年くらい前ってとこか。
あの頃の私はあまり成績が良くなくて、私なりに努力していたつもりだったんだけど、お母様の
We haven't seen Kinzo's wife, have we?
母上はローザにも随分厳しかったな。
Like, they've talked about her, but they've never, like, we've never seen what she looks like.
当時は同情していたよ。
陰口ばっかだったくせによく言うわね。
予算かエヴァ。それでローザさんはどこでベアトリーチェに会ったんや。
秀吉さん、今はせかしてはダメよ。いいのよ、ローザさん。楽に話して。ありがとう。あれ
I love
は
how everybody's like, Kraus, nobody buys your bullshit. Everybody knows you're talking behind everybody's back all the time. Even though my tutor had promised to keep it a secret, apparently they told Mother all about how I had complained. Mother scolded me brutally, saying my name was a disgrace to the Ushiromiya family. Of course, I was doing the best I could, but I had none of Kraus's Nissan's dignity. I couldn't get excellent grades like Eva Nissan, and I had no leadership abilities like Rudolph Nissan. Dignity is an interesting characteristic to subscribe to Kraus, but okay. I never stood out, didn't particularly excel at anything, and I found myself asking why I'd even been born into the Ushiromiya family. I began to question more and more why I'd even been born at all. This is what happened on the day I experienced my mind going blank for the first time. For the first time in my life, I realized that in addition to facing or surrendering to my problems, I had the third choice of running away. Though I say run away, there was no way I could have left Rokenjima and gone somewhere else. But anyway, I wanted to run away from the mansion and my own self at that time. In a way, it was like a kid running away from home, or maybe a passive sort of suicide.
いなくなりたかったの。あるいはいなくなることによって
Great
親を
parenting!
心配させたいという子供なりの反抗だったのかも。私は森の遥か奥に行けば後ろ宮の家から逃れられる。あるいは迷子になって心配させることで仕返しができると子供ながらに思ったの。それで行ってはいけないと言われていた森に。ええ、浜辺へ出てから海に沿うように。特に理由があったわけじゃないけれど、島をぐるりと回ればその反対側には誰も知らない場所があって、私だけの隠れ家になるような気がした。
Well, unfortunately, you found the hidden house for some other person.
浜辺からぐるっとってのは無理だな。途中で崖になっちまうだろう。あんなとこ通れるわけがねえぞ。
もちろんよ。だから通れる方へ通れる方へ、とにかく奥へ奥へ進んだわ。道なんかないひどい森だったけど、あの時の私にはそれが心地よかったの。それほどの険しい森を抜けたなら、その分
Yeah, so you can really... People have told me Ryakushi worked as a social worker before writing this game, and boy, can you tell!
情けない。
With some of this family stuff.
成績で叱られたなら、その分努力すればいいのに。
I would simply not fail, thank you, Eva.
それを言ってはいかんね。その代わり
That feels very backhanded, Kraus. Kraus feels like the kind of guy who can't deliver a compliment without it being backhanded. Literally speaking, he was covering for Rosa, but everyone knew that Rosa's company hadn't been profitable. Can you not be a cunt for 1 hour? Rosa nodded weakly.
どのくらい歩いたんや。地図で場所が示せるんか？夏さん、この島の地図はあるかいな？
いえ、今ここにはありませんが。無理よ。適当に歩いただけだもの。地図を見せられたってわからないわ。それに。
Yeah, that was a long time ago. She can't remember that shit.
二度とたどり着けないわ。
Yeah, Rudolph seems like the most not terrible of the siblings. Several people let out dejected sighs. It was vividly clear that in their haste they'd thought some hint related to the witch's epitaph, or maybe even the gold itself might be resting there.
六軒島はこの屋敷の周りが整地されているだけに過ぎねえ。他は完全に未開で、前頭測量は相当の手間がかかるだろうな。
でも確かに存在すると分かっただけでも収穫よ。お金はかかるだろうけど、例えば航空写真の会社に調査を頼むとか、このお屋敷を建設した業者に当時のことを聞くとか、調べる方法はあるかもしれないわね。そうね。あるかないかもわからないものを探すよりはまだ方法があるはずよ。
早速調べる価値があるだろう。
その調査は兄弟合同でやるわよ。兄さん一人ではさせないわ。
You think you're gonna get away with all that gold? It wasn't yet certain that the gold was hidden in that secret mansion, but the sparks seemed to have started flying between Kraus and Eva already.
兄貴たち。
God, can you guys shut up?
ローザ。
You guys keep interrupting the story. Blindly, randomly, I kept running on and on. Suddenly, oh, this is a new song. Suddenly, I came across something I thought was an animal trail. I was very tired and had no idea how far I'd walked, so at that time I naturally took the easiest path. As I did, suddenly, right before my eyes, a very, very tall fence appeared. It was a fence wonderfully adorned in a Gothic style. For an instant, I thought I'd gotten turned around and returned to the original mansion. Of course, there were fences around the mansion to stop us from entering the forest, but this fence was decorated differently, and moreover, it was very tall. It probably reached a full 2 stories up. Wow, that's absurd. It was covered with ivy and created a mysterious, solemn atmosphere. At the time, I believed in the legend of the witch of the forest, Beatrice. I had been told that she was frightening, but some of the servants told me that she'd sometimes help you if you respected her. Since I had little confidence in those days, I believed the only way I could be saved was by receiving her help. That's why I thought what I did. I believed that this was the fence of the mansion belonging to Beatrice, the witch of the forest. I thought that if I could meet with Beatrice, she'd definitely save me, so I decided to try going in. But the fence was very, very tall, and it didn't look like I'd be able to go over it, so I chose to walk around it. I thought that if I did, I'd eventually reach a gate, but it wasn't that easy. The fence had an incredible length to match its incredible height, and no matter how far I went, I didn't reach a corner. It might have encircled a massive area, or maybe I just had that impression because my child's legs make it difficult to walk in the forest. This feels like a very JRPG song. Like, this is something you'd hear in, like, the forest area of the JRPG, and it's like a dark forest, like a Lost Woods type of thing. Anyway, I couldn't find a gate for a while, and I started to feel sad as though the witch had rejected me. As I did, I eventually came upon a large tree whose twisted root had bent the fence. It might get my clothes dirty, but if I crawled, it looked like I'd be able to sneak in.
そこが隠し屋敷だったの。
Yeah, Eddie Murphy was in there. It was weird.
私たちの言う隠し屋敷なのかはわからない。でも
Yeah, who knows? Kenzo could have built so many hidden
私たちの知る場所では
mansions.
なかったわ。
It wasn't as though I came out into a garden as soon as I passed the fence. I had to continue through a lot more uncultivated forest after that. As I did, the forest suddenly opened up, and what appeared there was an unbelievably fantastical scene. To think that on Rokenjima, where I thought only we lived, there could be such a wonderful mansion hidden away. A beautiful flower garden spanned the front of the mansion. It was a flower garden of a completely different design from the rose garden we know so well, and it was very lovely. Of course, the mansion was also wonderful. It was a couple sizes smaller than ours, but it was still elegant and adorable at the same time. Then I saw her figure. I saw her sitting in a garden chair positioned to give a view of the flower garden wearing an elegant dress. It was that black dress embroidered in gold that we would later know from that portrait. I hadn't seen an elegant dress like that except in fairy tales and on the stage of musicals. For a person to be wearing it as her normal clothes, that in itself seemed quite fantastical. That mysterious scene was enough to make me lose my sense of reality. If someone had told me that it was a dream, I might have nodded obediently and waited to wake up in my bed. I had forgotten to hide myself in my shock, so she eventually spotted me. At first, her expression was quite listless, but when she noticed me, her eyes opened very wide. It was only natural, considering that a guest she didn't know had suddenly appeared. I lowered my head automatically, planning to greet her and apologize for entering without permission.
そなたは誰か。
Her voice in these flashbacks sounds like much lighter, much higher
新
pitched.
しい庭師なのか。
Those were the first words she said to me. I grew slightly calmer, because I realized that we could talk to each other. Because I hadn't been turned into a frog just by meeting her eyes like a terrifying witch in a fairy tale.
ごめんなさい。勝手にお庭に立ち入って。すみません。そなたは誰か。名乗るがよい。後宮ローザと言います。後宮。ほう。金蔵の一族の人間なのか。
Like, it's clearly the same voice actress, but she's doing such a different voice, it's unexpected.
はい。金蔵の娘です。こんにちは。
I was a little surprised. After all, father was a great man, feared by everyone, and yet she had spoken of him without using honorifics, so I was immediately terrified of her. After all, if she could refer to my fearsome father that way, she must be a witch with incredible power. After staring at me curiously, she beckoned me to come over. Frightened as I was, I obeyed. After all, I thought she might really turn me into a frog. The closer I got, the stronger that fear became. After all, as I keep saying over and over, that woman in her dress in the flower garden in the mansion, that whole picture was so fantastical and beautiful that it seemed separate from reality. It probably wouldn't have surprised me at all to learn that she really was a witch. And I really was lucky. She hadn't turned me into a frog. As I awkwardly stood there, stock still, she motioned to an open chair and urged me to sit down.
座るがよい。初めて訪れた者を庭へ招き、語らうのがわらわの唯一の楽しみよ。他に何の楽しみも。
There's nothing to do here. As she said this, she let an unhappy smile show for just an instant. Because I was full of a strange mix of tension and excitement, I rudely asked her a question all of a sudden.
森の魔女ベアトリーチェですか。いかにもわらわがベアトリーチェである。
やはりな、ベアトリーチェは実在したんだ。
その姿はまさに肖像画の。
ええ。
I can tell by her sprite, it's exactly the same.
あの肖像画の通りよ。
お父さんの想像
Just
の
less
中の魔女
skillfully
じゃ
rendered.
なかったんやな。
それであなたは彼女と何を話したの？彼女はお茶を入れながら私のことをいろいろと聞いたわ。まず森を抜けてやってきたことを驚かれた。彼女は柵の外には危険な狼がたくさんいると信じていたみたいだった。だ
Dogs.
から
What the dogs
私
doing?
が森を抜けて
She
た
got
どり着
that
いたと
dog
言
in
った
her.
らとても驚いていたわ。どうやって狼から逃れたのか、ビスケットを渡して許してもらったのか、それとも魔法のバイトをかぶってなんて感じのことを言ってたっけ？
そりゃ確かに魔女っぽいわな。面白いお人や。
あなた黙って。ずいぶん昔だけど、お父様は森には狼が住んでいるから近寄ってはならないって私たち。
ああ、そんなことも
Dad lied to us too, like all the time.
バカらしいね。日本の狼はとっくの昔に絶滅しているという。
Japanese wolves?
まさに子供騙しだな。 記憶にねえ
I didn't know Japanese wolves were like a specific kind. I guess they would be, because it's different geography.
そんな話親父に聞かされたっけ？森には魔女だろ？狼なんて話聞いたことないぜ。
Are we all gaslighting ourselves? What's
あ
going
んたが
on?
まだ小学校だった頃よ。覚えてない？そしたらあんたむしろ狼を撫でてみたいなんて言い出すもんだから、お父様はすぐに狼の話を引っ込めて魔女の話に切り替えたのよ。もうその嘘っぽいことと言ったら
当時のルドルフには狼よりも魔女の話の方が
Girls are a lot
適任
scarier
だ
than wolves, Rudolph says.
よく覚えているよ。私の背中にしがみついた夜があったことを覚えているかね？
ルドルフさんにもそんな可愛らしい時代があったのね。
うるせえな。子供の頃の話だぜ。
まあとにかく
See, at least they can talk like a normal family sometimes.
ベアトリーチェを
That's like
閉じ込めていたの
normal
は
family
お父さん
teasing,
から
not like, I'm going to
同じ
kill you
狼
and
の
take all
話
your
をするのは
money.
道理ね。彼にとって六軒島の広大な森は後ろ宮家と愛人の屋敷という相入れない二つの異世界を分断する越えてはならない壁だったのだから。
柵の高さを考えると、どうやら親父殿は庭ごと丸々
There
を
is
座敷
definitely
のよう
like
にしたよう
an
だ
apple
な。
doesn't fall far from the tree aspect with Battler and Rudolph.
さながら二つの世界を分ける国境も同然だったのだろう。
狼はともかく野犬の類でもいたのではありませんか？そのための策だったかもしれません。六軒島に狼も野犬もいないわ。その策は兄さんやキリエさんの言うようにベアトリーチェと私たちの間の国境だったんでしょうね。
しかし狼の話を素直に信じるなんて、なんちゅうか純朴やな。わしの想像していた魔女とは随分違う感じやで。
そうね。
She was much too nice. It was weird.
それは私も感じたわ。とても尊大で確かに魔女のイメージ通りの人だったんだけど、どこかとても子供っぽくて、なんていうのか素直すぎるというか世間知らずな印象を受けたわ。例えるなら本当にお
It was almost as though she'd been living in that mansion for her entire life.
本当に不思議な人だったわ。
それからどうしたんだ？親父の話とかは出たのか？
ええ、何日かに一度約束されている日もあれば突然の日もあったそうだけど、ふらりとお父様が訪れては一緒にお茶を飲んだり散歩したりしたんですって。私が訪れたその日は たまたま彼女一人
That's
だったと言っ
lucky.
ていたわ。
I don't think it would be good for Rosa if Kinzo found her there. Then again, she did say she caused Beatrice's death, so we'll see how that goes.
まさに愛人といったところだ。やれやれ。
Yare yare.
いくつ年下か知らんが、親父殿もやるね。
いかがわしい意味での交流はなかったと確信しています。
バカね。男と女の多さに色気がないはずないじゃない。それでどうしたの？それから何の
Natsui
話
so much
を？
wants to be accepted by Kinzo that she like sticks up for him at every opportunity.
私の自己紹介をしたので、
No, he wouldn't fuck another woman. He wouldn't.
そうしたら
Kinzo is a man of high morals, am I
雰囲
right?
気が落ち込んでしまったの。なんていうのか、とても気だるそうな、寂しそうな。私が初めて彼女の顔を見た時に浮かべていたのと同じ表情だった。
まあ秘密の愛人だからな。好き勝手に歩かれてお袋に見つかっちまったらことだ。きっと軟禁に近い状態だったろう。綺麗なドレスに綺麗な屋敷や庭があってもさぞや窮屈な思いをしてたんだろうぜ。そりゃ苦労もあったろうさ。それで
彼女はきっと何か悩みがあった。それを私に話したところで何の解決にもならない。私と一緒にいることさえ忘れてしまったかのようで、遠くをぼんやり見ながら
She
ず
thinking?
っと無言でいたわ。私はきっと出現してしまったに違いないと思ったんだけど、謝罪の言葉すらも口にしていいような雰囲気じゃなくて、だから私も彼女が私と一緒にいることを思い出してくれるまでずっと黙ってた。
And then she muttered unexpectedly. This is another new song.
本当に狼などおらぬのか？はい。
No doggos.
動物園でも見たことないです。動物園とは何か？
This song is also really good.
ああ、いろんな動物が飼われているところです。象とかキリンとかパンダとか珍しい動
I
物
love a
がいっぱい
good
い
I love a
ますよ。
good panda. Haven't you ever played Tekken, Beatrice? Wait, no, this is 67. It's way too early for Tekken.
動物園に狼はいないのか？なら怖くないかもしれんな。狼がいたとしても動物はみんな檻に入ってますから安全です。だから安心して見学できるんですよ。
The mighty witch of the forest was apparently terrified of wolves. I remember it looked pretty funny to me at the time.
それはわらわ
Far as one of the Umineko tracks, I can tell. It's got a lot going on for it. It's very emotional. She didn't know about zoos. I explained how fun zoos could be, but it was very difficult for a person like her who had never visited one to understand. On the contrary, as I explained it to her, her expression grew increasingly dismal. She couldn't see the difference. Apparently, even though she lived in an elegant mansion that was surrounded by a high fence that seemed to lack for nothing, she couldn't see how she was any different from animals shut up in cages.
わらわは何者なのか。
Episode 3 has your favorite tracks. They've been pretty good so far. I'm inclined to agree.
皆はわらわのことをベアトリーチェと呼ぶ。それは確かにそなたの言うように偉大な魔女の名前らしい。しかしそれはわらわではないのだ。わらわには魔法など何も使えぬ。
Hmm.
わらわはその魔女の魂をこの身に
Normal
閉じられている
things to say.
だけなのだ。
There was definitely something odd about her. Beyond just being cut off from the world, it seemed she truly believed that magic exists. I think she talked about lots of weird things, but I don't remember the details. All I thought was that this might be a person to be pitied. She was unable to leave this mansion of her own free will, a prisoner without even realizing it. And she didn't know anything about the outside world, didn't even understand who she was. She was probably vaguely realized that she was to be pitied. But since she didn't know anything, she seemed incapable of recognizing her own unhappiness. She is not happy. Long ago, when I told Nason that I felt sorry for a bird in a cage, she said this. A bird that only knows about the inside of the cage doesn't long for the outside. But this wasn't a bird. She really was a person. Even if she'd never been outside the cage, she understood that there was more to the world. So, I invited her.
柵の外へ出てみますか？
This will go very well.
本当に狼はいないのか？いないですよ。絶対平気ですから。出たいぞ。だが、いつも
That's a really
前をし
cute
ないと
face. This is a great face. Let me see. I want to see the pachinko version of it. This one's good. I like this one.
私が入ってきたところがあります。くぐり抜けられる隙間があるんです。そこを抜ければ外の世界があるのか。はい。
No, you'll fall off the edge.
狼は
She's hung up on the wolves.
はいいませんよ。
Hang on, I have to see this one too. Whoops. I'd only planned on inviting her to go on a short walk, but she kept looking over her shoulder at the mansion as though she was seriously worrying over the decision. Yeah, I met Lambda Delta in the tea party for the second episode. Then I learned that she was preparing herself for.
わらわはもうここは嫌だ。外へ出たい。そしてわらわが何者でこの世界はどうなっていてわらわは何のために生まれてきたのかを知りたい。
I didn't know what her life had been like before then. It was probably something she couldn't express easily. If it was harsh, she just had to say she wanted to escape. If it was sweet, she just had to say she'd stay. For example, maybe it was like how a hot fireplace on a winter day makes the air get thicker and thicker, giving you a headache. Even though you know you shouldn't keep the things the way they are, you still need courage to open the window and be tormented by the cold wind. She was starting to realize that she couldn't stay there forever. She was starting to realize that she had to go outside someday. But since she didn't know about the outside world, she must have needed courage to take that unspeakable first step outside. Hello, Blacker Baron. Welcome to the stream. And despite that, she had made her decision. She had voiced her decision to go outside, a decision she was probably making for the first time in her life. I hesitated for a moment. Father had decided that she should live here, that she was like Father's beloved bird in a cage. If I just let her escape, Father might scold me harshly.
見たい。何を？動物園が見たいのだ。
Alright, we just need to find a boat, I guess. I was just a little surprised when she finally gave me a gentle smile. Could that have been a farsightedness brought about by her decision to venture out from her cage? It was a smile so gentle I couldn't imagine that it had come from that once dark face.
そなたと話すと知らないことばかり出てくる。わらわは学校なるものもわからぬし、
That's fine, school is for nerds.
映画館も知らぬ、遊園地も知らぬ。そしてそれを知りたいと心の底から思う。そなたはわらわをそこへ連れて行ってくれるのか？
I was nervous about how I could keep it a secret from Father, but her face looked so happy, so I went along with her and nodded. But she seemed not to notice the meaning behind my vague smile. She seemed to believe that I'd really take her to all those places. She was pure and genuine. She'd probably never been tricked by anyone. No, maybe it's better to say that she'd never learned how to doubt. Her smile was somehow radiant and yet pathetic. I wanted to find a way to grant her modest wish.
もうベアトリーチェは嫌だ。わらわが何者なのか。ベアトリーチェではない。新しい人間を始めたい。
That's interesting phrasing.
だからここから連れ出してほしい。もう紅茶もいらぬ。ドレスもいらぬ。金蔵とも二度と会わぬ。ここよりわらわを連れ出
Just
してく
for
れ。
once in my life, I want to wear pants!
ローザ。
However, that responsibility was one that a child like me couldn't hope to fully bear. Still, when I saw her serious gaze, although with a brilliant smile that made it look as though a possessing spirit had left her, I could feel a little courage to start to rise up inside me. This was definitely something that would get me into a lot of trouble, and yet it was definitely the right thing to do. I don't know how it'll turn out, but I'll take her away from here. Of course, I won't be able to talk to father and not mother either. Should I talk to Oni-sama or Ne-sama? No, what about that reliable Genji-san? Or, that's right, what about Kumasawa-san, to whom I can always talk to when I'm in trouble? I'm sure they'll be able to do something. Anyway, for now, I'll take her out of here. This was already a place she didn't want to be. So I took her to the crack in the fence and led her outside. She was all nervous, checking to make sure there were no wolves around. But once that fear disappeared, even just walking around this dense forest seemed to be fun somehow. Every time she found something, she'd ask me about it. And they were all really trivial things. What's that flower? What's that leaf? And that sound? And that smell? It really was like the inside of the fence had been her entire world. So now that she'd traveled beyond the limits of her world, it's strange. When I first saw her, I really thought she was the witch herself, relaxing inside the witch's mansion. But now it was different. Or actually, the complete opposite. She left a world she believed to be finite, and was overjoyed at the realization that the world was endless, something she'd never thought of before. So everything she saw was new. It was almost as though she was the one who had been thrown into a fairy tale. She was Alice, and I felt almost like a rabbit holding a watch. To her, it was probably a really fun walk, filled to the brim with excitement. But I was actually at a loss at what to do. After all, I walked randomly to get there. Of course, I didn't know the way back to our mansion. There were no lights in the forest, and I hadn't brought a flashlight. I realized it would be terrible if it got dark while we were still like this, and grew impatient. She was too innocent, and apparently she couldn't understand at all how frightening it would be to face the night inside the forest. But I was the one who brought her outside. Chris Wolfhart is raiding with a party of 124. Welcome, Chris OG-san. We're reading Umineko. We're in the 3rd episode. We're in this flashback sequence with Rosa and baby Beatrice, sort of. The Immortal 70, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the Rose Rabbit Army. We're wiggling. Thank you for the wiggles. Life was Strange. Do you think Battler could prove that time travel in Life is Strange doesn't exist? If he had to argue with someone about it? I'd take a slurp. No, probably no. I see. Battler's very dumb. Going from Donut writing to Ryakushi writing is gonna be like the whiplash. I haven't actually played Life is Strange. Didn't really seem like the type of thing for me back when it came out. Battler stands no chance. Louis Salmon, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the Rose Rabbit Army. I guess it's hard. I guess it's hard to, like, say, would Battler be able to argue this in a setting where it's, like, unequivocally true? All the magic in this is, like, super vague. Sort of. It's weird. Umineko's very weird. I don't know if you knew this. we're lost. Baby Rosa is lost in the wood with Beatrice right now. It's definitely gonna go well for them. I'm sure nothing terrible will happen. That's true. Battler wouldn't have to be coping about one of his family being the murderer. I had to take responsibility somehow and resolve this situation. So, I had a thought. Let's go out to the ocean for now. If we then follow the beach around, we should eventually make it back to the mansion. However, that was much more of a problem than I'd imagined. I didn't have a map or a compass. There was no way I could walk in a straight line through an uncultivated forest, and I immediately lost my sense of direction. I already had no clue which trail I had come by and was completely lost. At this rate, night would definitely fall before I had a clue where to walk. But this was no time to cry. That's the seagull's job. After all, that woman following behind me was so innocent and having so much fun. So I definitely had to lead the way through the forest. For the sake of her smile as well. You must Mamoru her smile, Rosa. Gritting my teeth so that she didn't see me looking troubled, I pushed my way through the woods, advancing down a path that wasn't a path. Then, after going through various troubles, I fortunately managed to reach the ocean. At that time, I still didn't even have a clue where I was on the island. But for the time being, I was just a little reassured, realizing that if I just went around this way, I would surely be able to return to the mansion. However, though I had reached the ocean, we were at the top of a rock cliff. The beach was far below us. I was tired from walking around the forest for so long, so I figured that in an open area, even a rocky beach, would probably be much easier to walk in. So I suggested that we go down that rocky cliff somehow. Oh, this is gonna end great. It looked pretty dangerous, but I figured there was no other way. However, Beatrice agreed to my plan without any doubt. Even though she was probably older than me, she meekly obeyed, almost as though she were some kind of chick who thought I was her mother. I was searched to see if there was some part of the cliff I'd be able to get down. Then I found a place where the cliff had fallen over and made a slope. It looked a little dangerous, but if I went down using both hands and both legs like I was crawling, I thought I'd probably be okay.
ここを降りましょう。気をつけないと危ないけど、とにかく海岸に降りて、あとは沿って歩けば、もう迷わずに済むと思うの。
I'm sure this will go great for everybody involved, especially the person wearing a giant dress.
動作がそうするのならそうしようぞ。わらわは迷うとやらも楽しいぞ。
As we all know, wearing a giant dress makes it very easy to climb down cliffs.
とても愉快だ。
She really had no sense of danger. There was probably no doubt that she'd lived a life without discomfort. Even though she knew it would get dark when night fell, she couldn't imagine how dangerous the inside of a forest could be without a light. Furthermore, it seemed that she couldn't grasp at all how dangerous it might be if she fell from the cliff. I warned her repeatedly to be careful. I cautiously examined our potential route down. It seemed to be quite a long drop. I think it might have been about 10 meters down. Wow, that's pretty high, yeah. If I looked at it from the bottom up, it would probably have looked shorter than the roof of the mansion. But looking from the top, it felt almost like staring down from the observation room on Tokyo Tower. But Beatrice still appeared to be completely without fear. It felt as though she had never been taught that high places were dangerous. No, maybe she believed she was a witch, and that she could fly, so there wasn't any need to worry.
気をつけてくださいね。結構高いから。
I mean, thinking of it as, like, as high as the roof of the mansion is still pretty high. That's a big mansion.
気をつけるぞ。
I don't think you could, like, fall from the roof of the Ushiramiya mansion and be okay.
下へ降りたら海があるな。
I mean, especially because this is also just, the ground is rocky.
そこに水族
You're
館があ
definitely
るんだ。
gonna not be okay.
いえ、この島には水族館はないですよ。でも、海にはたくさんの魚がいる。
Listen, I know a guy. I know a guy who can take you to a great aquarium. He'll wear his best clothes.
魚はいるのか。そなたが話してくれた。クジラとかイルカとかペンギンとかはいるのか。
Pengi.
いえ、そういうのは水族館に行かないといないです。水族館は島を出ないとないですよ。そうなのか。だが楽しみだ。クジラとは どんな魚なのか。
Technically, whales are mammals.
すっごく大きな魚で、あれ、哺乳類かな。それで潮を吹いたりします。ならばイルカは
Dolphins are also technically mammals.
頭のいい魚で。
I'm glad I'm predicting the jokes at this point.
これとても頭が良くて。
It's true. I'm smarter than many small children put together.
ならばペンギンはどうなのか。
Penguins are birds.
あれ、これは鳥類だっけ。なんだ、水族館なのにさっきから魚が出てこんぞ。まあその魚だけでなくいろいろな海の生き物がいっぱいいるんですよ。それはとても楽しみだ。
Yeah, there she goes. She let out what might have been a funny, rushed and short cry. No, it was probably a scream. God, who could have seen this coming? It came right out of the blue. Her body separated from the cliff and silently fell. I immediately wanted to say something to her. I wanted to say, didn't I tell you to be more careful? It was the thought of a child. It was how a child immediately gets mad when something bad happens, trying to find an excuse to show it wasn't their fault. Of course, I said it out loud. Are you okay? Didn't I warn you over and over? That bitch is dead. You're not surviving a 10-meter drop to rocks.
崖から落ちてどうなったんだ。
Some witch, am I right?
彼女はどうしたんだ。ローザ。
I think you can guess. Like, we can use basic cause and effect. Cause, fell 10 meters to rocks. Effect, obliterated. Rosa fell silent. Her gaze dropped to her feet, as though she were seeing through the floor into some disgusting memory. Eva's brutal words were the ones that Rosa had most wanted to avoid. And when she was hit with them, she screamed in resignation.
死んだわ。岩浜だったもの。尖った危険な岩がたくさんむき出しになっていた。
This definitely wasn't your best idea, Rosa.
目を見開いたまま、すごい血が溢れ出して、たちまち真っ赤な絨毯を広げていった。声をかけたわ、揺さぶったわ。でも彼女は返事はおろか、瞬きすらも。
In fairness, Sweet Creamy, they are all traumatized to various degrees due to their parentage. Party favors, you are probably correct.
あんな動きにくい格好なのを知っていたのに、私が壁木を降りようなんて言ってしまったから。
I sure hope this hasn't had any effect on her for the future of 20 years.
彼女はすごい素直だったから、私の言うことに何の疑いもせずに従って。
Wow, having a person in your care who is childlike and will do everything you say, I'm sure this won't affect you in 20 years.
いつまで死んでいるつもりか。いい加減に目を覚ませ。まったく、わらわの預かり知れぬところで勝手に肉塊に
I hate it when
姿を
people
変え
turn into a lump of meat when I'm not looking.
おめえのとこの太もも姉ちゃんとイチャついてただけだぜ。それより
I hate that gross sound whenever Battler's pulling his body back together. Battler, you missed the whole story, dude.
見たままよ。
Yeah, but that's why Battler didn't interrupt this story for once. He was cut into many
わ
pieces.
らわは足を踏み外して転落し、死んだ。
I'm guessing this is gonna lead to her saying Kenzo just made another body for her.
なんだと19人目として登場しておきながら死んだだと。ふざけるな、そんなわけはない。
Yeah, Pyro Poyo, I visualize this a lot like a stage play, which is funny because obviously I've been told I've been shown like videos from an actual Umineko stage play, but like this has the energy of like I guess like a Greek chorus where like the play will stop and people will come onto stage to like talk about the events of the story. That's kind of what's going on.
ローザおばさんは子供だったし焦ってた。
Yeah, that's also a funny way to put it. Battler and Beatrice are like MST3King this.
医者がいたわけでもない。多分死んだと誤解しただけで。お前は多分その仮死状態かな。
Oh boy, you're struggling with this one.
そうだろ。
It can't be true. She's got to be alive. Otherwise, how can she be here? The kid-aged Aunt Rosa shook Beatrice's body, crying. I stared into that face too, but her eyes were still open and it really was a corpse. I wanted to dodge the issue by saying something vague like, she must be playing dead. But no matter how I looked at it, it didn't look fake at all. It really did look like she was dead. Beatrice had fallen upside down from a cliff of that height, and her head had smashed against the pointed tip of those sharp rocks. Ew. Ugh. Yeah, you probably would die after landing on those rocks from that height. But I couldn't accept it. No matter how dead she looked, she had to be alive. Then she went on to become this damned irritating witch. That makes all the inconsistencies fit. Grandfather must have kept her confined constantly in a hidden mansion. Then, to take revenge for that, she committed several atrocious murders. Aunt Rosa probably just mistakenly thought she was dead. But she was actually alive, and as soon as Aunt Rosa left, would miraculously breathe again. Then, she somehow lived on until today, and opened the curtain on her revenge drama. Otherwise, the facts don't fit together. Your theory kind of sucks here, Battler. If she wanted revenge that bad, why wait 20 years? The family has been gathered together like this multiple times. Like, Battler's been here before.
赤で復唱できるか。確かに死んだと。どうせ生きてるんだろ。見え見えだぜ。
それのどこが生きているように見えるという。
Use your eyes, bitch!
間違いなく死んでいる。
My theory that the 19th person was Grandfather's mistress, a human Beatrice, had been defeated. Really quickly, too. I had planned to strike back from a defensive position, but...
なら、お前は何者だってんだ。お前はたった今、死んだんだろうが。まさか魔法で蘇ったとか言い出すんじゃねえだろうな。
Yeah, homunculuses and stuff. Homunculi, I guess, is the plural?
確かに魂はわらわだが、その体はわらわを写し終えつなぎ止めておく肉の檻に過ぎなかった。そしてその肉の檻がこうして壊れた。
Cage of flesh is a really good turn of phrase.
それがどういうことかわかるか。
もうさっぱりだぜ。好きなだけ魔女っ子トークに興じろよ。チャカの代わりに聞いてやら。なんだ。
I'd rather have a snack, honestly.
おい、紅茶のおかわりを頼むぜ。
No tea for you, bitch boy.
客人が紅茶をお望みだ。
When Beato clapped her hands, Renove appeared. Butlers sure are convenient.
おかわりですね。かしこまりました。どの程度お継ぎしましょうか。
どうせチャカがボリューム満点だろうからよ。半分でいいぜ。
それでもなみなみとお入れするのが英国式でございますよ。
Even though just enough to wet my throat would have been fine, he filled it to the top. I turned my back to Beato, sipping it in silence. Tea time! Tea break.
ちょっと目を覚ましてよ。ベアトリーチェ。
Rosa shook me. No, shook the corpse that had once been me. I watched over her from a short distance away. Ah, so I fell from there and died. For a while I believed that was true. I saw Rosa spend a long time beside my corpse and watched her as she ran away. Eventually, I realized that I was a different individual from that corpse.
そ わらわはわらわか。
I'm me, she says.
ようやく金蔵の戒めから
All you had to
逃
do
れられ
was,
た。
was become a ghost. Eventually, I felt the memory returning, the fact that I was an endless witch who had lived for 1,000 years. Then I remembered that I'd been summoned by Kinzo and that I'd been imprisoned by him for a long time. While being imprisoned in a cage of flesh, I completely lost my memory as a witch. However, thanks to Rosa, if you could say that, thanks to my accidental death, I'd now finally regained myself.
ローザ、そなたはわらわを死なせてしまったと後悔しているだろうが。
I'm fine with this, actually.
感謝したいくらいよ。
Wow, this song is good too. This is another new song. We've got a lot of new songs recently. I couldn't see Rosa anymore. Did she get to call a doctor, or was she so terrified that she ran away? It no longer matters. That soulless shell no longer has any value. And yet, I'm so frail now. Even this glorious midday sun is agony to me. I destroyed my human form. Then I changed it into several golden butterflies. Yes, with my magical power as frail as it is now, this form is easier to maintain. To escape even a little from the light of the sun, I rode the wind and gently flew up the side of the cliff. It will probably be a bit cooler in the forest. Anyway, I'll take some time to recuperate and regain my former power, as I ponder how to make Kinzo pay up all he owes me. Dancing alone through the air, I looked down at the shore one more time. On the rocky shore lay the figure of what had once been me, the figure I would eventually regain. To regain the form of that physical body I'd thrown away, it would probably take more than 100, 200 days, and it might require 1,000 days or perhaps even more. However, I am the Endless Witch, the Golden Witch who has lived for 1,000 years. Waiting any countable number of days would be no problem. Oh, Kinzo, regret that you are not here now. No longer will you be able to capture me. Cackle, cackle. Yeah, that's what I said.
それで、お前は黄金の蝶に姿を変え、森の中に潜んで魔力が回復するのを待った。
That must be why she was like. That must be why, like, she was taught when she talks to, like, Shannon or Cannon in episode 2. Nobody else can see her. Like, she's literally a ghost.
そういうことだ。そなたを嘲笑するためにこの姿を取るが、本来は蝶たちの姿でいた方が。
I need a face to make mean faces at you. I get it.
無理しねえで楽な格好で嫌がれよ。ムカつく笑い声を聞かずに済むぜ。
蝶に姿を変え、森に紛れたわらわを探し出すことなど、もはやだが、金蔵も指を加えているわけではなかった。しかしわらわを捕らえる方法はすぐに用意はで
He had to get a really big butterfly net.
そのため、まずはわらわをこの島から逃さぬ方法、そしてわらわが力を取り戻すことがないよう即座やれやれ、とにかく金蔵の執念深いことと言ったら想像を絶する。あれに惚れ
It
られる
is sweet creamy.
なかなか
I
の
fully
強いもの
support
だ
it.
ぞ。
It's very important to put on a pretty face that you can then sneer at idiot boys with.
蝶になったお前を逃がさない方法？なんだよ。森全体に蚊帳でも張ったってのか？
うん、それを魔法的に行ったのだ。
A magical bug net.
そなたは知っておるか？船着き場の先の洋上に岩礁が浮かび、
Ah, that one.
そこに
ああ、あれか。今年はなくなってたけどな。
The one Shannon did a funny thing in.
昔、修験者が作ってったとかいう祠なんだろ？
六軒島は元来、歪みのある島でございます。魔力的な
I hate
存在
being
や
enveloped by a
それに
distortion.
類した存在を引きつけます。お嬢様も、そんなうちのお一人でございましょうね。紅茶のおかわりはいかがですか？
いただこうぞ。それらは人間たちに害をなし、おそらく数々の不気味なる伝承を残してきたであろう。それを聞きつけた東洋魔術師が古代に設けたのがあの祠なのだ。長い時間を経てその力は失われておった。金蔵はそれを修復することで島の結界をよみがえらせ、わらわを再び島に縛り付けたのだ。
西洋魔女のお前に東洋の魔法なんて通じるのかよ。
Yeah, it's not like, you know, electrical outlets.
本来は相性が悪い。しかしわらわを封じたいという目的においてはある意味都合が良かっただろうな。わらわも西洋魔術であれば心得がある。どのような結界であっても何かの手が打てたであろう。しかし東洋魔術は専門外よ。
That pesky Eastern
わ
magic.
らわが飲まんとするスープに対しスプーンではなく
Yeah,
箸を与えられた
We've
ような
used the food analogy before.
東洋魔術が強く支配する空間では、西洋魔術はひどく力を失います。ただでさえ1000日はかけたであろう力を取り戻す時間をさらに長くかけねばならなかったのです。
By the way, a couple days ago they announced the release, you know, the full launch date for Gundam Evolution. If you remember, I streamed the playtest of that and had a lot of fun with it. I was thinking of maybe doing like some community nights for it. Hopefully they have like private team lobbies. That would be nice. So I can just like get viewers in who want to play. It'll be free on PC, so I mean like anybody can tap in. And I enjoyed it, so that must mean it's good.
わらわは黄金の蝶の姿
It
に
comes out on the
長き
21st, I
日々
think.
を送り金蔵の屋敷を見つけ、奴の日常を見守った。どのように仕返しをしてやろうか、それを思案することだけを日々の楽しみに生きてきた。
That's fair. I would be very serious about my revenge plot if all I had to do
わらわ
was
にとって幸運
plot
だった
about
の
it,
は
to think
そ
about
の
it.
間の20年間。金蔵はわらわを探し出し、捕らえるあらゆる秘術にことごとく失敗した点だったか。人間に起こせる奇跡の数などたかが知れている。わらわをあれだけ長く捕らえていただけでも十分に身に過ぎた奇跡だ。そう何度も捕らえられてはたまらぬわ。
Capture me once and put me in a homunculus body. That's shame on you. Do it twice? No, not a chance.
魔法は確率的奇跡に宿るみたいなことをよ。
うん。金蔵はわらわを再び捕らえる秘術を探るうちにそこに行き着いたのだ。
It's like gambling.
そして13人の生贄を捧げることでわらわを再び蘇らせる儀式を
You gotta gamble to make magic real.
13人の生贄。
It's me, Kenzo. I love sacrificing in my entire family.
それが魔女の碑文、生贄の歌でございます。第1の番に6人、第2の番に2人。
We haven't even gotten any murders yet.
そして第4の番から第8の番
I'm surprised we haven't gotten to the murders yet.
合計13人の生贄を捧げる禁じられた儀式。
Couldn't he just get orphans or something? I feel like it's more potent if it's people you care about, or maybe not care about, but know.
例外にはなりません。
バカ野郎。この島で起こったあの
I don't think the mechanics, I don't think that sort of mechanic matters so much to the point of the story. I'd had a vague idea that this might be the case, but I couldn't just hear that it was true from a witch and demon and say, oh really? And accept it.
六軒島には18人いる。13人が生贄に捧げられ、5人だけが生き残る。そしてわらわは蘇る。つまり金蔵がわらわに再び会える確率はだいたい3
Gotta
分の
beat the
1
odds.
といったところか。
Never tell me the
そ
odds.
の確率に自らの命を落とし、残りわずかな寿命の最後の一瞬にわらわとの再会を望んだのだ。
そのふざけた儀式のために俺たち親族が集められたってのかよ。ふざけやがって。いい加減なことを抜かすんじゃねえ。
I don't know. I don't understand why this is so hard. This part is so hard to believe, Battler. Kinzo is a huge asshole. You've
もとより
noted
契
this.
約の通りだ。金蔵の生を
Even if it's not real, it's definitely something he would do.
貸し与えた
He doesn't
王
care about you guys at all,
そして金
honestly.
蔵が生み出した財産のすべてをわらわがもらい受けることになっておる。金蔵には散々に英雄を飲まされたが、今となってはこの1000年でも稀な時間だった。何しろ魔女の天敵は退屈よ。
Me too.
それ
I
から
hate being
逃れ
bored.
ることのできる数十年間を提供した金蔵には、なるほど、それも含めて借りがあるやもしれぬ。わらわは金蔵のゲームに乗ることにした。そしてまず金蔵は後ろ宮家当主の指輪をわらわに返却する。わらわの黄金で復興させた家だからな。
Gold! I
13
love
人の生贄を気まぐれ
gold!
に決めるのだ。そしてその過程でお前たちが右往左往し、わらわに立ち向かおうと様々な人間模様を見せてくれる
It's
ことは
funny to watch you
わらわにとって
flounder
非常
around.
に愉快
You
なことだ。
silly, silly people.
わらわはこの金蔵のゲームを実に気に入っている。
We'll keep doing it over and over because it's so funny.
ああ、そんな魔法話は絶
Oh,
対
that was
信
weird.
じねえぞ。
He like interrupted his own scream.
お前は崖から転落して死んだんだろうが、魂が抜け出して蝶になって森へ。そんなのあるわけねえだろうが。だがお前はここにいる。誰だってんだ。お前こそが19人目じゃねえのかよ。
そうであるな。
I'm also magic. That's what I've been saying this whole time.
だがダメだぜ。全然ダメだ。
Yo, she turned it all back on him. Zenzen Dameda. She said it back to him.
この六軒島に19人以上の人間は存在しない。
What?
なんだって。
Hang on now. You can't just do that.
ことは18人プラス X の X は存在し
Why
ない。
didn't you just do that from the start? Did you just think it would be funny to wait?
俺が取ったコマ X は存在しないってのかよ。
She literally just thought it would be funny to tell him the whole story
そ
first.
ういうことになります。
That's why she didn't say
お嬢
it.
様ですよ。しかし、お嬢様も手がお早いですな。
Based honestly. I love stringing people along and then pulling the rug out from under them too.
ものとばかり思っておりました。さて、バトラ様。紅茶のおかわりはもう結構ですか？
I could pour it right into your wound if you want.
いらねえよ、チキシャオ。俺は信じないぞ。18人の中に犯人がいるわけねえ。じゃあお前は何なんだよ。どうしてここにいるんだよ。19人目が存在しないってんなら、お前は18人の誰かの変装だって言うのかよ。
No, that's obviously not what she's saying, you dunce.
そなたにとってしぶしぶとではあっても18人の誰かを疑うことが最後の逃げ道。しかしわらわはここからが難しいんだ。そなたはなりふりさえ捨てれば18人もの人間を自在に犯人にした。
But you don't want to do that.
その18人の駒をくぐり抜け、わらわを認めさせチェックメイトに至るのは実に難しいことよ。
そんなことするもんか。18人の誰も疑わない。疑いたくない。またここに追い込まれちまったのか。チクショー。チクショー、チクショー。
Chicka-shaw!
三度に及んだそなたとのゲームいよいよ
No, no. Well, that's not true.
もう逃げ場はない
There's got to be some sort of a, what's that lawyer games word? A turnabout? Because this episode is definitely not ending here.
疑いたくないだろうわらわがそれをかぶってやるぞなのになぜわらわを拒むのか序盤は本のように中盤は魔術師のようにそして終盤は
I don't think anyone has ever said that, but okay, I'll buy it. Sure, that makes sense to me.
これより詰めるぞゆっくりじっくり確実にないやそれともそなたにふさわしく一気に畳みかけるのが良いのかそなたにはそれが似合うだろうすでにそなたの苦手とする攻め方も知り抜いておるわ
That's right, she knows all of his weak points. Let's see you figure out these sets of silly murders, you funny little man. George, stop making that face, please. Tickety talk, it's the strike of the clock. That means it's time for murders. Hopefully, I'm bored. I'm bored of all this talking and flashbacking. I want death and carnage. Give me blood, damn you! Hello, Goda, you lumpy man. She hasn't changed into her other outfit yet. I guess that's just because she's not hanging out with everybody in the mansion this time, like she did in episode 2. Ding dong. Achievement unlocked, 0 o'clock. It is now midnight. The clock is huge. The witching hour is here! Sate. I don't know, that's a good question. The last one resolved in a very silly way. Kenzo also seems to be aware of the multiple games. It's interesting. In his dimly lit study, occasionally brightened by lightning, Kinzo kept mumbling and laughing to himself. On the antique clock with the intricate design that had been sitting on his desk, the 2 overlapping hands tilted to the right and began to slide. The measure of time that counted up to 24 had returned to 0, and had begun to count back again.
時の刻みとは残酷なものよ。24を数えるために1日をかけてたどり着き、そして再びゼロに戻る。23時59分までは確かに数えただろう。
It did do that. You're so right, Kenzo.
しかし24時にたどり着くことはできたのだろうか。たどり着けず再び0時に戻ったと考えれば、それはなんとも虚しい。
I'm mad about numbers. But perhaps a person's life is the same. You live aiming for a perfect 24, and in the instant you reach it, you must return to 0. People will probably praise the departed, saying that he did reach 24, but he most certainly did not. In the end, he's a 0.
わしは違うぞ。
Kinzo's literally, I am built
24
different.
にたどり着く。
Sure you will, buddy. Sure you will.
そここそが黄金鏡。ベアトリーチェの住処なのだから。
Kinzo had been fumbling around with some tarot cards for some time. It looked as though he was trying to divine his own luck with a contest, doing it over every time he didn't like the results. The most forbidden action in tarot reading is trying to predict the same thing twice. To do so ridicules the results of fortune-telling, and also desecrates those beings higher than humans that give revelations through the tarot cards. However, Kinzo knew, tarot cards shouldn't be used twice because, since they're nothing more than a random number generator, reading them twice will naturally cause a different result to appear. Therefore, reading them twice was only forbidden to preserve the mystique of the tarot cards' results. Oh, I see. Magic, real. Tarot cards, no. However, that didn't mean that Kinzo didn't take tarot reading seriously. Kinzo's interpretation of tarot reading was done in a completely different way. That was to repeat the reading over and over, without giving up in the slightest until he reached the result most favorable to him. See, it's an allegory to the game. The mark he set for this most favorable result would vary, but when he'd abandoned the most favorable result in a strictly literal sense, it was the same as a simple roulette of luck, where he seeked an arithmetic miracle. However, Kinzo used miracles of numbers as the basis of his magical power, so this functioned perfectly well as a magical ritual. In other words, until the results he desired appeared perfectly, he would strive to repeat the tarot readings over and over with conviction, turning the feelings of his heat into prayers. Heart, not heat. He's not a Yakuza character. So that when the results reached the heavens, they would be sublimated into results. This was Kinzo's personal magical interpretation. Therefore, even though Kinzo's tarot cards were no different from those generally used, the way in which they were used was completely different. I'm already owned! Kinzo stopped his hands for a second. He seemed not to be getting results he wanted. On the contrary, bad cards that shouldn't show up so often appeared repeatedly, and continued to interfere with the miracle Kinzo wished for. Well, I guess there's always the next time. Kinzo seemed to have received some revelation that was different from normal. But judging by the unlucky cards scattered across his desk, it was difficult to imagine that the omen had been a good one. For a while, Kinzo closed his eyes tightly, pondering something. Then, as the thunder roared, he made up his mind about something, took the telephone receiver and dialed. Washida! In front of the entrance hall, Shannon's once burning face had been cooled off by the frigid air. She had thought that George's proposal would surely come sooner or later. It wasn't as though she hadn't prepared herself mentally, and she had answered by nodding. Had she been reckless because of her youth? Should she have thought about her future more seriously? I wonder if my immediate reply made him think I'm a cheap girl. If I'd at least waited until tomorrow morning, would that at least have shown him I was taking this seriously? Now that she'd already received the ring from George, Shannon kept fidgeting in embarrassment. I should have done this, I should have done that. As she did, she heard the sound of footsteps splashing through puddles. Shannon immediately chased away the emotions welling up inside her.
源氏様カノン君も
Yeah, that's kind of the impression I get, Sweet Creamy, where Kinza seems to be aware that the game is repeating, because he's trying to get... Like, it seems like he set that up intentionally, because he's trying to get a result favorable to him. Like, he's part of the reason they're trapped in a repeating loop. But he's not aware... Like, how do I put it? He's not aware of Battler and Beatrice's game, maybe? Like, he's the game within the game?
すみませんすぐに戻らなくて
Maybe? I don't know. She grew stiff, thinking she'd surely be scolded for spending too much time in her secret lovers' meeting with George.
シャン親方様が至急書斎へ来るように担当する。急ぐ。
はいかしこまりました一体何事なの
不吉な予感がするってさ自分の儀式を起こしただけ都合のいい話さ
Goda can never know. He's not cool enough.
はい姉さん注意して姉さんは賑やかだから
Cannon, don't be mean to your sister. Cannon was especially good at hiding his footsteps, just like a cat. He was able to suddenly be there without anyone noticing and leave in the same way. For example, even though he stepped in puddles, the sound he made was far smaller than that of the rain hitting them. Genji also had abilities of that kind. Or rather, those servants called furniture were supposed to be like that. Just like how desks and closets go unnoticed by members of the family, these servants also held it as a great virtue to just suddenly be there whenever they were needed. Compared to that, Shannon's footsteps still strongly asserted themselves. She was also trying to hide her footsteps, but compared to Kanon and Genji, well, you could say she was a little more boisterous. Eventually, they reached the back door, and the three of them entered the mansion. We only have one door noise. Immediately, they thought they felt something. It was different from a sense of smell, and it seemed to hit the depths of their noses. This hard-to-describe sensation, which you might call a sixth sense, allowed them to perceive something that was different than usual.
源氏様
急ぐぞ。
Nice George Lucas transition. That sensation made it feel as though a tense something was pressuring in around them. Realizing that, the three of them dashed up the stairs, heading for Kinzo's study while still hiding their footsteps. When they dashed up the stairs, that smell of sweet poison particular to Kinzo's study reached their noses.
いかがなさいましたか源氏様
結界が死んでいる
Uh-oh. After hearing Canon's words, she looked at the door to the study. A scorpion pattern was engraved on the doorknob, a powerful ward against magic. The final barrier which protected Kinzo himself. It had been broken. Of course, there was no change to the doorknob that the eye could see. However, those who could understand things people couldn't perceive were able to recognize that a dramatic change had occurred.
親方様。親方様。
What did you miss, Sotakufi? Well, we got that backstory about Beatrice and Rosa, and now they're like, now we're with Genji, Kanon, and Shannon, and they found out that the scorpion thing on Kinzo's door is broken.
源氏でございます。ここをお開けください。
Genji called in this way after knocking several times, but there was no answer from the study.
シャノン、背中を守れ。カノン、室内を探れ。
はい
I sure hope he isn't dead in there. It would suck for him if he started this whole game again and he's the first one to die this time. Kanon put his ear against the door, searching for a presence inside the study. To protect the backs of the pair watching the door, Shannon faced the other way, ready for the unexpected.
親方様はいらっしゃられるはずですですが静かすぎます
ご無事だということか。
いえ静かがすぎます
まさかそんな
This atmosphere definitely is not a safe one.
扉を失礼させていただきます。
Genji pulled the gold key out of his pocket. It was the only key to the study that existed other than the one Kinzo held. He stuck it in the keyhole and turned it heavily. At first glance, that seemed to prove that it was a sturdy lock. However, now that the barrier had been destroyed, this door might as well have been left open from the viewpoint of anyone with magical power. The heavy sound just now meant that the door had been opened even for humans.
失礼いたします。
Wow, even for humans. I'm sure that won't be important in an argument 5 minutes from now. As Genji respectfully bowed his head, and Kanon's sense of tension grew tighter, and Shannon trembled, they entered the study. Oh, okay, he's fine. They immediately discovered Kinzo's figure. He was sitting on the reception sofa so that his back faced... Oh, never mind, he's not fine. Genji noticed the person sitting across from him and again bowed deeply. Kanon also noticed that person, but he didn't bow his head. He stood in front of Shannon and spread out his arms, blocking the way to her. So without even seeing that person's face, Shannon already had a good idea who it was.
お越しでございましたか。ベアトリーチェ
Oh, hi, Beatrice.
源氏か。なかなかに早いな。やはり家具は主の呼びかけに素早く答える方が良い。こやつとは大違いだ。
ロノエ様もお越しでしたか。
Genji directed his greetings towards the thin darkness behind and to the right of Beatrice, where there shouldn't have been anything. Even Kanon and Shannon would never have imagined that someone was there. However, the darkness responded immediately and praised Genji's eyesight. Meow.
相変わらずさすがです。
Are Genji and Renove like anime rivals? They need to have a cool like ninja fight. We already know Genji has like ninja skills.
だいぶの久しぶりになりますね。それにしても老けましたね。それだけの弱いを重ねましたか。
充実した日々を過ごしております。ロノエ様におかれましても、ますます充実されておりますようお見受けいたします。
ええ、おかげさまです。そしてシャノンも久しぶりですね。君は随分と美しくなった。
Let's not make it weird, Renove.
そして随分と強くなったようです、ね。
You can make a big orb thing.
良いことです。
ありがとうございます。
You think Genji and Renove talk about their masters in a book club deal? I bet. The conversations they must have.
カノン君とは会うのは初めてに。
We all know Renove loves his gossip. He loves dishing the goss.
私はベアトリーチェ様の家具頭を任されております。ロノ源氏さんの古い馴染みですよ。あなたと同じに私も家具です。
Kagu
使える
desu.
主は異なりますが。
The tense color didn't disappear from Kanon's face in the slightest. Depending on the master furniture served, they might be kind of brutal, or anything else. If this person claimed to be furniture serving the hated Beatrice, then he must be despicable as well. I mean, probably. He is a demon. Have Renove and Genji explored each other's bodies? Maybe. They do seem to know each other really well.
坊主憎ければ今朝までなんとかとはよく言ったものよ。
Beatrice openly sneered at Kanon's hate-filled face. Then Kanon finally realized. Beatrice and Kinzo were having a chess game across the reception table. But Kinzo hadn't even quivered. He was holding his head with both hands, his eyes closed tight as he contemplated his next move. Or was he in anguish?
親方様。
わらわが金蔵に伝えたのは2つ。
Oh.
良い知らせと悪い知らせだ。
Oh, which did you deliver first? That tells you a lot about a person.
儀式を終えずしてわらわと再会できる幸運を得た。
The bad news is what? He's fucking dead?
悪い知らせは
Yeah.
金蔵が儀式の
Oh,
一番
that
最初の
Kinzo.
生贄に選ばれてしまったことだ。
Couldn't see that coming.
こればかりはわらわにもどうしようもない。実に気まぐれにルーレットにて決めたのだから。
嘘をつけ。もて遊んで殺しているくせに。
よしてカノン君。
I mean, I do think it was fun, but it really was the roulette. I mean, the order's not chosen by me, but it's still pretty fun.
そろそろ負けを認める気になったのかこれにて わらわとの長きにわたる勝負は
You see, the game was rigged from the start. At a glance, it was hard to make out the situation on the chaotic chessboard. However, judging by Kinzo's anguish and Beatrice's malicious confidence, it seemed to be over already.
是非もなし。これもまた一興か。
わらわもだ。そなたとの勝負に決着がつくことは万感の思いあれど、もはや恩衆を超える。楽しかったぞ。退屈しない数十年であった。
Beatrice advanced her queen and made her final move, and that decided it.
チェックメイト。
Checkmate!
これがわらわからそなたへの手向けだ。心置きなく眠れ。
Well, I'm glad he had fun. That's what matters in games, right? You be yourself and have fun. Kinzo suddenly stood up and laughed, like an opera singer facing a full crowd and spreading his arms, as though he had succeeded in a century-long plan. That laugh spat crimson. Crimson flames poured out from inside him, spitting even out of his mouth, ears, and nose, and all at once his body was wrapped in hellfire. But Kinzo kept laughing. The more he laughed, the more the hellfire spewed from his entire body and began to char him, those flames becoming a brilliant light, which dazzlingly shone on the various magical tools throughout the room, making their distorted shadows dance across the walls. Those shadows looked like the dead in hell, watching over Kinzo in ecstasy as he burned. And, for one who had made a contract with the witch, it was an extremely fitting end in accordance with those terms. After laughing and howling in the roaring flames for some time, Kinzo flopped to the ground as though he was a puppet whose strings had been cut. Finally. I have been waiting 2 episodes for this. Every VN has the puppet with its strings cut. So we had bluesky.jpg, we had piano.ogg, we've got the puppet with its strings cut. Finally. We only have one left. We only have Cat in Box. We've hit our checklist. We are 3 out of 4, baby. And we still have 5 episodes to go. We've got 5 whole episodes to get Cat in the Box. Those incredible blazing flames disappeared as though he had been completely burned up, and afterwards nothing remained but a festering, burnt corpse that one could hardly bear to look at. It was pretty hardcore and badass.
なぜお前が姿を現している？僕たちに何か用だとでも言うのか？
よしてカノン君、ベアトリーチェ様を挑発してはダメ。
I don't know, Battler can get away with it.
わらわはつくづくカノンとは仲良くなれぬようだ。そう嫌いでもないというのにね。
Beatrice grinned. Canon violently averted his gaze, obviously unhappy. His reaction was so different from what he had wanted to do that it made the witch and her butler laugh.
カノン、ベアトリーチェ様の御前であるぞ。言葉遣いに気をつけなさい。
ああ、構わぬぞ、源氏。好きに言わせてやれ。
He's a funny little guy.
わらわは寛大。
He's very scrunkly, so it's fine.
何が寛大だ。
わらわは死にゆく者にはいつだって寛大。
I mean, you know the first ritual requires 6 people. Why do you think I brought you all here? Don't be silly. Canon was taken aback by that creepy laughter. Beatrice wasn't here just to take Kinzo's life. The first twilight required 6 sacrifices. Kinzo alone wasn't nearly enough, and they just casually walked in here. How silly of you!
安心せよカノン。そなたらがここに訪れたから生贄に選ばれるのではない。
I mean, it makes it a lot easier.
生贄に選ばれているからこそ。
Yeah.
ここに。
なんだと。
Their instincts were good enough to spot her meaning instantly. 6 sacrifices were required for the first twilight. After Kinzo, how many more would you need to add up to 6? In this mansion, the number 5 instantly made them think of the number of servants here.
それがお望みですか。
I'm fine with this.
感謝せよ家具どもよ。そなたたちの苦難の日々は今宵ようやく終わりを迎えた。それを告げに訪れたわらわに感謝せよ。
かしこまりました。それをお望みでしたら。
I'm okay with everything that is happening. Thank you, Genji.
源氏様。
I know, Canon hasn't made it through a single one of these yet. I feel so bad for him. Genji had agreed to the witch's heartless announcement with his usual demeanor without raising an eyebrow.
親方様亡き後はベアトリーチェ様が我らの主。その求めに応じるのが我らの最後の務め。シャノ、カノ、今日までよく使えない。
Wait, who's the 6th? Who's like we need like 2 more people because it's Canon, Shannon, Genji, and Kinzo. We need 2 more sacrifices. Who are the other 2?
源氏はさす
Are they gonna get Goda and Kumasawa up here somehow?
同じ家具としてあなたを誇りに思いますよ。
シャノ、異論はないか。
はい。
ジョージ様から指輪を贈られ
Yeah,
たそう。
sucks to be George. George loses his GF in every single episode so far.
それでもなお未練はないか。
はい。家具の身に過ぎた幸福でした。指輪を頂戴しただけで私の思いはすでに達せられております。
Shannon couldn't quite take as much of a philosophical view as Genji. They probably were regrets left in her heart. She probably wanted to spend a little more warm time with the person she cared for, George. But she released herself from that. She took a single deep breath and a blank expression rose to her face.
それでよい。
シャノンがそこまでの落ち着きを得るとは少し驚きでした。あなたも家具として達観したようですね。
惚れた男と夜も共にできず少しは悔し涙をこぼさんのか。退屈な女よ。
ベアトリーチェ様ごときにこの気持ちはわかりません。私たちの命をご所望でしたらどうぞお受け取りください。私たちは謹んでそのお務めを全うします。
We're all okay with this.
それでいい。よくぞ言ったな。
ベアトリーチェ様の苦手なタイプのようで。
She can't handle people who don't take her bait posts.
最近こやつめはだいぶ達観しよった。どうも前回いじめ
I know, she was really annoying for you in the second episode
それ
too.
を言ったらバトラもか。わらわはまだぬるいの。
Yeah, you're overdoing it.
それとも追い詰め方が下手なのか。いずれにせよ面白みのないやつよ。しかしお前はまだわらわを楽しませてくれそうだよな。カノン。
Canon.
カノン君。
Compared to the two who had taken a far-sighted approach, there was a painful anguish on Canon's face. Canon was still far too young to accept his demise after being told of it by a suddenly appearing witch.
カノン、わらわは退屈を
You have to die, Canon. I'm sorry.
そしてお前を
Actually, I'm not sorry at all. I think it's hilarious.
素直に死を受け入れるもので面白くない。だからそなたにはわらわの期待を裏切らないでもらいたいものだ。
It's not funny when they don't struggle. I'm totally with you, Beatrice.
僕を慰み者にしようというのか。
Yes. Canon realized that he was being provoked. However, no matter how furiously anger spurred him on, his opponent was a witch. He was furniture. He hadn't had a chance of victory from the beginning. But the witch was expecting that he'd struggle in vain and writhe around, and was even looking forward to it. Just thinking about that was frustrating enough to get his blood boiling. Was disappointing the witch by refusing to resist, like the other two, the only way he could strike back at her?
煉獄の七姉妹が長女ルシファーいでよ
Hello.
傲慢のルシファー、ここに。
カノン家具に魔女と戦えというのも酷な話よ。そなたがいくら
I'll
怒
make
り
you
に
fight
駆られ
this
ようと
immortal
も
thing that just stabs you
勝
instantly,
算のない
though.
戦いでは希望も持てまい。無論勝ち目のない戦いではわらわも退屈というもの。ならば家具は家具。家具同士で決着をつけてはどうか。それならば勝てる希望も持てるであろう。
恐れながらベアトリーチェ様、私がそのような出来損ないの家具に劣るようなこんな可愛い子に私が万一にも負けるようなことなど
我が家具煉獄
I
の
really don't. I really think you're setting him up for another battle. He can't not lose or win. I mean.
見事打ち破ってみせたならそうだな。13人の生贄を逃れることのできる5人をそなたの推薦する5人をわらわは無条件
That's interesting.
それならばどうか。
Canon understood that he was being provoked. However, the witch's offer was very tempting. By this point, Canon couldn't care less about this evil ceremony that the witch and the rest were trying to carry out. On the contrary, it was much more important that he remain alive so that he could be invited to the Golden Land and have his wish granted by Beatrice there.
そなたは家具は嫌だと泣いたな。
He did do that last
そ
episode.
なたの望み叶えてやろうぞ。枕を濡らしてまで望んだ人間の体を与えてやろうぞ。どうだ。そうすればジェシカとも結ばれるぞ。
Oh, hit him with the Jessica.
おお、ちょうどよい。
Oh!
黄金鏡へ招ける5人にジェシカとそなたを推薦すればよい。自分だけが幸せになることに抵抗があるならば、さらにシャノンとその思い人であるジョージを
I know, what a
加えればよい。
perfect number that solves all of your problems. This definitely isn't a lie.
義理があるならばさらに源氏も加えればよい。おお、これで5人だ。十分ではないか、カノン。これだけのご褒美があれば。
Where's your
そな
motivation?
たはわらわを退屈させはしないよな。
どうせ戯れよ。耳を貸す必要はない。
僕は嫌だ。姉さんはそれでいいの？
Beatrice couldn't hide her evil smile at those words.
僕は嫌だ。幸せになりたい。家具なんてもう嫌だ。人間になって普通の恋がしたい。
Normal love.
僕も姉さん
Not that weird thing you and George do.
海が青いってことを知りたいんだ。
若いですね。羨ましい。
だから若者は好きなのだ。源氏、シャノンは下がれ。カノン、ルシファーは前へ。
仰せのまま。
Is it Energy Sword Sunday again?
気に入らないわ。ベアトリーチェ様は無理でも私にだったら勝てるかもしれないという見下しが最高に気に入らないわ。
That was probably humiliating for Lucifer. But at the same time, she was also happy that she was lucky enough to have this adorable parade all to herself.
恋。魔女の家具。いつまでも僕を見くびることができると思うな。
Oh, they're like flashed. Yeah, Energy Sword Sunday is back. Check out this epic fight scene. Top 10 anime battles right here. Oh, now we can finally get Battler to acknowledge the energy swords. He like didn't comment on this at all in episode 2. That's why I was like, I specifically didn't trust that scene with Canon and Jessica in the second episode, because like Battler wasn't saying anything about it. I'm like, that's really strange. You're right, it is really weird. Check this shit out, idiot. Just stop thinking. I love it when they phrase it that way. Just stop thinking. Why did you stop thinking?
魔法はあるんだって。これはファンタジーなんだって。
これはファンタジー。
しっかり見ろよ。ほらほらほらほらほら。
畜生、畜生、畜生、畜生。でも、こんなにあからさまにやられちまったら、なんだっていやいいんだ。クソ、クソクソクソ。
ほら、目を背けるなよ。しっかり見ろよ。魔法はあるんだよ。ファンタジーなんだよ。推理ごっことかやめちまえよ。知ってんだよ。物を考えるの。
You actually hate using your brain. I can tell you're a moron.
やめちまえやめちまえ。ほらほら、どうせファンタジー、どうせファンタジー。
うるせえうるせえうるせえ。
Talk your way out of this one, you fucking idiot. No, don't talk to me. I'm thinking. He's like a kid being bullied on the playground. Leave me alone. Don't talk to me.
意地になっちゃって。私になら勝てるなんて思い上がりをしたことを今すぐ床に這いつくばって謝ってごらんなさい。そうしたら特別に許してあげてもいいわよ。生きながら生皮を剥がして。
That does sound really uncomfortable.
絶命するまで全身を鞭打ってのたうち回らすのを特別に許してあげてもいいわよ。可愛い子なんだから謝っちゃいなさいよ。そうしたらあなただけは最高に素敵な気分の
That's another innuendo.
優しく優しく行かせてあげる。
黙れ魔女の家具。お前と問答するつもりはない。
私なんか眼中にないというのね。気に入らないわ。イフを感じないその目。本当に気に入らないわ。
カノン君。
はやつ、サタンの時よりも筋がいいではないか。
だから人間は恐ろしいのです。
That's interesting.
たまに魔女にまでなり悪魔を羊扱いにしたりいたしますよ。
Release me, you harlot.
わらわはどち ちらを応援すればよいというのか。
It's interesting that Canon is doing better than he did against Satan, and that's like an acknowledged thing. It's like his experience carried over. He's in like New Game Plus.
僕を見くびるな。お前にそのおごりがある限り。
He knew to stat into intelligence this time. This is a weapon that scales with int.
私がこの煉獄の七姉妹が長女ルシファーを指して決して勝てないと。こんな思い上がりが。
Yo! I didn't think he would be able to do anything. I don't think he's won, but I didn't think he would be able to even land a hit. Like he did against Lucifer. Canon was desperately trying to stay alive, and he had a strong desire to become human. But Lucifer didn't feel anything stronger than... Oh, wait, it was Satan. Sorry, this is Lucifer. Oh, that's true. He did win against the butler. Right. And then he tried to fight Satan, and she just staked him. But Lucifer didn't feel anything stronger than a slight desire to play. So that led to an inevitable result. It was a result that could be reached by the power of humans. The power of the heart. The heart! I love Bleach. That's as far as you go. The glowing red curve extended straight out from Canon's arm, pointing at Lucifer's throat just beneath the tip of her chin.
何よこれ。この私がこんなの何かの間違いよ。
As she ground her teeth in irritation, she tried to deny the truth right before her eyes. But no matter how much she believed in her own superiority, it didn't change the facts right in front of her. She is coping, and she is seething, and she is molding. Well, I guess we know the outcome of this game, maybe. I mean, Beatrice could just be lying. She could very easily go back on her promise. For funsies.
ルシファー、お嬢様を退屈させています。
That's no good.
やはりあなたには荷が勝ちすぎた相手でしたか。
失望するぞ、七食いの長女。
Whenever Beatrice laughs like that, I just imagine her like sitting in a chair and like kicking her feet. It would have seemed like mere rebuke to an outsider. However, furniture serving the witch knew what kind of severe treatment was promised by that rebuke, and understood what had been left unsaid. Uh-oh, she howled. Abandoning her last bit of pride, she made her body explode, exploding a true form. That form was a demon stake, which bounced off the walls. Oh, okay, well, you know. I don't know why she didn't just lead with this if she wanted to win, but I guess that's like the game said. She just wanted to play around with Canon. She underestimated him. So now she's just gonna do her stake thing. You blockhead. You really should have gone for the killing blow there, Canon. After flying about wildly for some time, with a speed approaching the limits of what a human eye could follow, Lucifer flew at Canon's heart. She could tell that it was Canon's blood by the sweet taste of it, but she quickly noticed one thing. She hadn't pierced his heart. Oh?
これだから人間は恐ろしい。
What did Canon do?
紅茶はいかがですかな。
今はよい。紅茶もいらぬほどに面白い。
カノ君。
おごったな。
You probably shouldn't have told him where you were aiming.
だから お前は僕に勝てないんだ。
The floor was stained with dripping blood. It really was Canon's blood, but it wasn't flowing out of his chest. Canon had sacrificed his own left hand to protect his heart. Lucifer was arrogant. Even though she'd been given enough time to realize that this was an opponent capable of cornering her, in her pride she had believed him to be worthless. She had gotten careless, so just as she had announced, she had aimed for his chest, trying to pierce his heart. Because she was arrogant, she hadn't even thought of aiming for somewhere other than the place she had announced. No, maybe she had thought about it a little. However, her pride would not allow her to aim for a different spot. After all, she was Lucifer of Pride. Canon, withstanding the pain, grasped the demon stake sticking deep into his left hand strongly with his right hand, and pulled it out. When she heard the sound of breaking bones and even more blood dripping down, Shannon looked away reflexively. There was an air hole in the back of the pierced hand so big you could clearly see through the other side. Gross! Canon's face was filled with pain, but right now, he had won without a doubt. The demon stake was gripping with it. He was gripping with his right hand, turned back into Lucifer again, so that Canon was now gripping exactly where her neck was. Oomphy kill.
僕の勝ちだ、ベアトリーチェ。
Canon didn't hold back at all with the hand gripping Lucifer's throat. She had challenged him again after their fight had already been decided. Canon had no obligation to be considerate. But even so, Canon released the witch's furniture. Was it his naive humanism, his pity for another furniture, or a final bit of respect to the witch? In any case, when she was released, Lucifer fell face down on the ground, in that one pose Yamcha made, retching and moaning over the pain in her throat.
お見事ですよ、ガン。あなたの奮闘により、金蔵の研究の正しさが一つ実証されました。
Renove was clapping his hands. To Canon, who had won at great cost and had a wound on his left hand that wouldn't close, Renove's applause only felt like mockery. They messed that part up. Whatever. A pause?
人の心はあらゆる可能性を秘めるか。いやはやこれだから人間は恐ろしい。あっぱれであるぞカノン。
Canon.
そなたは勝利した。見事だ。
大丈夫？カノン君。
Shannon ran up to him, wrapped a handkerchief around his left hand, which was still spraying blood.
見事であるぞカノン。実に見事である。わらわも少しは番狂わせを期待した。
You always want to root for the underdog. It's exciting.
誠に素晴らしき家具であるぞ。見直した。正直見直したぞ。
約束を忘れてはいないだろうな、ベアトリーチェ。
もちろん忘れてはおらぬ。魔女も悪魔も非道ではある。だがしかし、契約に限っては。
That's true. Beatrice hasn't broken a promise so far. She's like a genie. She just twists it around a little bit.
保護にはせん。そなたが勝利したなら、13人の生贄を逃れることができる5人を自由に決める権利を保証した。
ベアトリーチェ様、私はまだ敗れたわけでは。
What happened? When Beatrice waved her pipe, heaven and earth turned over just for Lucifer. So as a horribly natural result, she fell onto the ceiling. Oh, what a feeling when you're dancing on the ceiling. The ceiling doesn't seem that high to people standing on the floor. However, people who fall on it upside down and head first usually don't agree. No, I think she deserved it. It was funny also. Beatrice waved her pipe again. When she did, the magic that had been affecting Lucifer was released. So, as a horribly natural result, this time, she fell properly back onto the floor. Whee! That's pretty good. That's a good bit you just ran.
ベアトリーチェ様お許しを。
何を怯えておるか。わらはもはや許したぞ。さてカノン、続けようではないか。
Yeah, you gotta hurry before he bleeds out from his hand.
まさか彼女にとどめを刺せとでも
Oh, is this where canon fails?
ああ、違う。
Oh, never mind.
違う。まだ終わっちゃいないだろうが。
何をだはぐらかすな。
わらわは確かにそなたと約束したぞ。わらわの家具、煉獄の七杭を打ち
Oh, you gotta fight all of them. It's a boss rush, like Mega Man.
さあさあおいでなさい。
Kill him. Kill him, girls.
不甲斐なき長女の6人の妹たち。
There he is. That's the boy who thinks he can break the cycle of the game. The Demon's Roulette. Get him, girls. The air split with shrill laughter, and as a golden splash scattered about, the remaining 6 sisters of Purgatory showed themselves. All the 7 sisters of Purgatory were here, after Canon was able to defeat one only by sacrificing his left arm. By now, Canon regretted his thoughtlessness in accepting the witch's challenge. Yeah, you probably should have known there would be a catch. He had been foolish to assume that a game against a witch would be on even footing.
お姉様、どうして床に這いつくばってるの？お前たち。だからお姉様は。
I like how they're all head swaps. It's like how Ryu, Ken, Akuma, and Sean are just head swaps in Third Strike.
長女を偉そうに名乗るくせに上っ面だけなのよ。まったく。ルシファーお姉様一人の集体が私たちへの評価を下げるのよ。恥を知りなさいな、この未熟者が。
Owned. Owned.
すごいすごい。でもいい気にならない。
I'll kill you again.
ルシファーお姉様なんて威張ってるだけで姉妹の中じゃ大したことないんだから。
だからルシファー姉は何もしなくていいといつも言っている。お姉様は威張ってだけいればいい。荒事は全て優秀な私たちで片付けるのだから。
お姉様、どうする？私たちはお姉様のプライドを尊重して、そのボロボロの体で再び挑むのを期待して手出しをしないつもりなんだけれど、今のお姉様じゃもうどうあがいても勝ち目はないわよね。
Owned.
お前たち。
They're all making fun of her.
やれやれ、いつも賑やかな姉妹たちであるな。今は仲違いをしている場合か。そなたらは7人揃ってこその煉獄の
Now
7
kill
姉妹
this
だ。
child altogether.
仲良くしてわらわの
Yeah, that's
仕事を
basically what I
遂行せよ。
said.
迅速に
ねえ、ルシファーお姉様、私たち妹の力が借りたいなら言ってよ。お姉様の口から助けを求める言葉が聞きたいの。私は
She's still on the floor.
苦労する気か。愚かで器用派で見苦しくて情けないこの長女のルシファーをどうか妹の皆様お助けくださいってねえ、聞かせてよ。それを聞かせてくれたら助けてあげる。それでいいわよね、みんな。お前たち。
The 7 sisters of Purgatory unanimously closed in on their worthless sister, abusing her. Even Canon, who had been fighting for his life until a second ago, couldn't bear to look at it. You should do like some sort of sneak attack right now, Canon. Just like swing your energy sword through them while they're all focused on bullying their sister. That's what I would do.
せよ。どうせお前一人では拉致が開かぬわ。早く七姉妹にてカノンを撃て。
そら、どうしましたか、ルーシュは。お嬢様の命令です。
Do it! Say you suck! After grinding her teeth over and over after hearing her sister's curses, Lucifer trembled all over and answered her sister's request.
愚かね。弱て、見苦しくて。
She's crying!
情けない。情けない。この長女ルシファーをどうか。
She's so owned. The girl known as Pride was finally unable to endure the words she was saying and broke down crying. However, the 6 younger sisters kept giggling cold-heartedly.
ちょっと泣いてごまかさないで。まだ言い切ってない。
もう十分だろう。さあ姉妹たち、我らの力を見せて
Alright,
や
now
ろう。
time to kill this child.
私は全部聞かなきゃ満足しないわよ。ほらほらお姉様、続けてよ。もう十分よ。さあ。
Oh no, the music's ominous now.
姉妹全員の屈辱。生かして返しはしないわよ。さて、哀れな家具をどのように遊んでやろうかしら。素敵な提案はある？
ベルゼは仲良く7人でカノン君を分けっこしたらいいと思います。
良い提案だな。それでなら姉妹でみんな仲良し。
なら私、頭部ね。
I'll form the head.
あんたらにあげるわ。やだやだ、ダメ。私が頭なの。
What a crybaby.
そんな約束意味があるわけないでしょ。早い者勝ちに決まってるわ。
どんな殺され方がいいかカノン君に提案があったら教えてね。7姉妹でとびっきりの殺し方をしてあげる。
くそ。ここまで恥をかかせたんだもの。八つ咲きでも足りない。百咲きにしてくれる。
Wow, that's more than our quit.
行くよお前たち。
Oh boy, they coming. The 7 of them burst at once. They had no intention of playing or boasting. This time, they would genuinely follow their master's order. Take Canon down, swiftly. The 7 sisters jumped around the room faster than the eye could see, examining how they could best kill Canon. They tortured Canon with their cruel giggles, sometimes making a close pass at him. They kept scraping his arms, shoulders, and cheeks, gradually carving red letters into his body. At that moment, Shannon dashed up behind him, holding on to him so that she blocked the way to his body at least a little. Oh, the shield. That's right, we can do that. I don't know how well that's gonna work, though. At the same time, a red cylinder wrapped around the 2 of them like a beam of light sent from heaven. That cylinder repelled the evil ones who tormented Canon. I forgot, Shannon. That's right, Shannon can do that.
あんたは関係ないでしょ。
きっとこれはあれよ。私たちと一緒に遊びたいのよ。
なら私がもらうわ。いっただき。ベアトリーチェ様、シャノンを私たちの獲物にしても？ああ、構わんぞ、好きにしろ。お前たちの悪事記にはカノン一人では足らなかろうしな。
No, she's Pride.
ありがたき幸せ。さあ、シャシャリ出てきたことを後悔させてやろう。
どっちがどっちかわからないくらいの肉片にして混ぜて混ぜてミンチにしてハンバーグにしてあげる。
バカね。
That's just like
それよりあの結果に
that's what that's just like war in the pocket.
食い意地より先に仕事しなさい。
As a horribly natural first action, the Seven Sisters began to destroy the barrier Shannon had created. Shannon's barrier certainly was strong. It was powerful enough to oppress even Beatrice. With its strength, frail furniture would turn to dust just by touching it, and it was firm like a tree with deep roots. But no matter how big a tree gets, it will eventually surrender to a saw or a hatchet. For the Seven Sisters, chopping down Shannon's barrier would be an annoying but not impossible task. A sound like beetles jumping about grew even fiercer and filled the room. The red barrier began to be cut up and eroded away as though with a hatchet, a saw. No, a chainsaw by now. What are you doing back there?
その子たちを防ぎきれないことは知っていたでしょうに。なぜ？
見過ごせないからです。
As Shannon covered Cannon, who was already at his limits, sprawled on the floor, she spoke back resolutely. I love how they're just peeking in.
なぜわざわざ七姉妹の前に身をさらすのか。死は同じではないぞ。苛烈な死は死してなお苛むぞ。
I feel like that's kind of a blatant statement.
どうぞお好きなように、あなたがしたいことを好きにするように、私もしたいことを好きにしたまでです。
It's a two-way street.
どうにもそなたはこのところ面白みに欠けるな。恋というやつは達するかどうかのあたりが一番面白い。達してしまった後の女はさながら産卵を終えた鮭のごとしかそなたにはもう飽きた。
I think Akira Toriyama says things like this too.
ありがとう。魔女から聞ける言葉で最も嬉しい言葉です。
ならせめて最後にわらを思いっきり喜ばせる死に方をしてみせろよ。七姉妹を聞こえたな。シャノンの殺し方。
The limits of brutality.
限りを見せてみよ。
申し訳ございません。やはり私には源氏様のため
You're just... I'm not as okay with just dying as you.
姉さんはバカだ。僕なんか放っておけば姉さんまでひどい目に遭うことは。
いいの。ジョージ様に指輪をもらって女として生きられたあなたをかばって姉として生きられた私の生はすべてこれで未練なく全うした。
How dare you be happy?
その達観が本当に
How dare you accept your end?
だから家具なんだよ。お前からは人間の匂いがしねえんだよ。わらわを見ろよ。わらわこそ人間だろう。
I thought you said you're not human.
家具のくせにわらわよりも完成されたかのような達観したかのような
Am I detecting hints of envy?
醜いその未練があなたの正体なの。
未練じゃねえ。それが生きるってもんだ。指輪もらったから死んでもいいとか。理解できねえ。さっぱり
I like how Shannon consistently is the one who makes Beatrice the most upset. 全然ダメだぜ。
お嬢様、少し品がないかと。
It's really funny noticing that she's like stolen Battler's thing. Like, it's imprinted on her.
うるさいわ家具が。シャノン、楽に
It's like when you hang out with someone for too long and you just start stealing their speech patterns unintentionally. I think that's what she's done with Zenzen Damere.
哀れね。もしも私の目にあなたのその姿が映って、小野が醜さにおののくといい。
安心しろよ。てめえはそれよりさらにめちゃくちゃぐちゃぐちゃに生きながら醜く潰してやるからよ。
At that time, Genji softly entered the red barrier. Oh, hi, Genji. He can just walk in, I guess. Perhaps that barrier didn't block those without ill intent. Then, Genji gently held her from behind and covered her eyes with his right hand.
源氏様。はい、ありがとうございます。源氏様。
Genji's kind of based? After that, Genji softly pressed his left hand near her collarbone. As he did, emanating from that area, a crimson stain gently spread out. What, he did like a Vulcan nerve pinch? Vulcan death touch? When Genji removed his hands, bright red, fresh blood oozed out from there. It only happened for the first instant and it was shaped like a crimson rose. Is this like one of his ninja techniques? And what? Oh, it's... Oh, okay. And when he removed his right hand covering her face, there was a peaceful expression there, as though she was sleeping. Then she fell softly, silently, and slept. Her soul had already been sent to a world where the malicious witch and her furniture could not reach her, no matter how evilly they tortured her. This scene left Beatrice and the seven sisters stunned. Only Renove wore a mysterious smile. Renove's getting a kick out of this. Then Genji leaned over Kanon, who was crouching on the floor.
よく頑張った。お前ももう休むといい。
はい。ありがとうございます。
Genji's kind of based? Just as he had done with Shannon, he softly covered Kanon's eyes with his hand, then gently pressed the area around Kanon's collarbone with his other hand. And when his hand was removed with the lightness of a feather, there was a crimson rose there too. Yeah, I know. I hope he keeps the EXP from this encounter too. Maybe next time he can take on all seven. Do I understand why Renove can get it now? I don't think he's my type, but I do think he's very funny. But that rose shape quickly turned into the stain of bright red blood pouring out.
何よそれ。つまらぬやつ。生命の風船は針にてつき、威勢よく割るから面白いのだろうが。
Yeah, sure.
見事です、源氏。それでこそ家具です。
家具です。
ありがとうございます。それではベアトリーチェ様、ロノウェ様、これをもって私の最後のお務めとし、おいとまをさせ。
わらわの楽しみを勝手に奪いおって、この二人をギッタギタのぐっちゃぐちゃにしたかった分、そなたがそれを変わるのであろうな。
Beatrice faced him with an unsatisfied expression, but Renove spoke quietly to Genji with a soothing smile.
ご苦労でした。あなたは私の最高のしもべです。これまでの労をねぎらうに値する安らかな。
What do you mean you're Renove's servant?
あなた。
おい、勝手な真似を。
What did he mean by this? When Renove snapped his fingers, Genji slumped to the floor. They did it again, ladies and gentlemen. We get 2 in one episode. 2 puppets. Suddenly, and yet gently, he crumpled, falling into a sleep that no witch would call him back from. It's a 2-for-1 special, baby. That's what I'm talking about. This is real visual novel reading. It was as filled with kindness as the sleep he had given Shannon and Kanon. I can't exactly... I don't know how this would help you come to that conclusion, so Takufi.
お嬢様は偉大なる大魔女ではございませんか。 この程度気に留めるほどにもございませんよ。シャノンごときの挑発で頭に血を上らせるなどらしく。
Meow. What was it that had Beatrice so irritated? Was she still unable to remove the thorn of Shannon's words? Renove laughed lightly, as though lamenting the complexity of humanity in a woman's heart, and ordered the seven sisters to go. After all, there were still 2 sacrifices left for the first twilight. The seven sisters disappeared in ecstasy. Well, that was a scene. That was interesting. What time is it now? Oh, it's just it's like 12 what? 20. It's like 12:20. That didn't advance very far at all. Goda was doing the nighttime rounds. Rokinjima had always been empty except for the Ushiramiya family household, so checking the doors and windows were all closed had no real purpose. I mean, except for that it's raining, but whatever. How's Canon? I got some bad news for you, Pyropoyo. However, ever since that time Natsuhi had condemned such an attitude as being careless, the nighttime rounds had become part of the servants' daily routine. In the first place, Natsuhi had ordered this because of the occasional witch disturbances. Everyone who came and left this island knew about the legend of Beatrice, the Witch of the Forest. It had become established as this island's characteristic ghost story. Because of that, it was only natural that some people would claim that, when they thought they were alone in the mansion, they would hear a strange sound or see the shadow of a person. However, when that created a little too much of a disturbance and reached Natsuhi's ears, she made a fuss, thinking that some suspicious person might have been entering and leaving. Apparently, she had roused all the servants and had them check throughout the mansion. Oh, that paranoid Natsuhi. Because of all that panic over the witch had happened before Goda's arrival, he had only heard about it from the more senior servants. Ghost stories like that could be found in any workplace. Even at the hotels and restaurants Goda had worked at, there had been plenty of them. So when he heard about that story on this island, he'd given a forced smile thinking, ah, so they have that kind of thing here after all. But forced smile aside, he had figured that when in Rome, do as the Romans do, and had taken it seriously. Goda went along with it on the outside, but in his heart he'd assumed it to be a childish trick. At first, that is.
これは確かに不気味ですね。なるほど。過去の使用人たちが
You are in a spooky old mansion at night by yourself. It's like some Scooby-Doo shit. You can understand how someone doing the rounds on an eerie night like this might believe they'd seen a ghost if they saw a lace curtain waving in the breeze from a window that hadn't been closed.
肖像画の魔女をバカにするとたたりがあるか。大怪我をして辞めた使用人もいるらしいし。怪我は勘弁だな。俺もこの年だ。
I'm too old to be cursed. What's Goda's pachinko art look like again? Okay, I'll show it in a second.
肖像画の魔女様、真面目に働きますんで、一つ穏便に頼みます。
Goda prayed to the portrait, his hands together as though he was at a Shinto shrine. I've got some bad news, Goda. You're already chosen. There's no escaping it. At that time, he thought he heard a sound. The kitchen? Was that the sound of something metal falling on the floor? Maybe a mouse or a cockroach had come out and knocked over some of the dishes. No, how could that be? It was usually cleaned thoroughly. Thinking he'd check out what the noise really had been, Goda entered the kitchen. He turned on the kitchen light. When he did, he heard a strange sound. Clank, 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 clank. To a cook like Goda, the sound felt like the lid on a pressure cooker or something shaking. Surely there wouldn't be a pot on the burner when no one was in the kitchen. Even if someone was using the gas, walking away from it would be quite dangerous. Just in case, Goda decided to inspect the area around the gas range. Here we go. This is one of the better pachinko sprites, I think. It matches the energy of the original quite well. He's very wide. When he did, in the corner with the gas range, the pressure cooker really had been set out just as he'd thought. But the flame wasn't on, and yet the lid was clinking. Was something fermenting and leaking gas? How could that be? Then was there a mouse or something inside? How could there be? Ridiculous. When people were watching, Goda acted as though he had a bold personality fitting for his build, but he actually had an unexpectedly timid side to him. Ah, Goda's hidden depths. He was frightened that there might be something inside, and he couldn't bring himself to check it carelessly. In his cowardice, he grabbed a nearby wooden pestle, and with a clunk, he tapped it a little forcefully against the side of the pressure cooker. When he did, the clinking sound suddenly stopped. He should have been relieved that it had stopped, but the fact that it had stopped when he hit it was even more eerie and made him even more suspicious about what was inside. This is like an old slasher movie bit.
この世に怪奇現象なんて存在しませんとも。そんな魔女も魔法もそんなもの存在するわけがない。すべての現象は科学的に説明できるんです。お化けも魔女もいてたまるもんですか。
He repeated that many times, trying to build up his own confidence. The gap between what he was saying and what he was doing was quite comical.
何が魔女だ。何が魔法だ。たたりだ。
He's so spooked.
正体を見せてみろ。そら。
He removed the lid of the pressure cooker, and lying exposed there was the sparkling clean silver bottom of the pot. There was absolutely nothing frightening like he'd imagined.
そりゃ当然です。中に何もいるわけがない。
By now, Goda realized that he'd been a coward. So while he still had some doubts as to what had caused the lid to make that sound, he figured it wasn't a big problem and decided not to worry about it too much. Then he took the lid he'd grabbed and softly set it back down where it had been. It's fine, it won't make a sound. Of course it won't. As if witches or magic could exist. Clink, 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 clink. Clink, 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 clink. Clink, 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 clink. Goda's so easy to scare. This is like Halloween haunted house stuff. All of the pots and dishes in the kitchen started clanking at once. It grew even stronger, so that finally the lid to one of the pots fell off. And from inside that pot, a slender white arm reached out. Lids fell off the other pots one after another, and another, and another. When the number of arms grew to 7 aloud, shrill laughter split the air. They're having fun. Yeah, Goda is very much just a guy. Bada-bada-bada-bing. Rip to Mr. Wide. Come on, let's search. There's only one more. That old hag. Where is she? She isn't in the mansion. What about the guest house? First one wins, right? Come on, search, search, find her. Don't be noticed by the relatives in the dining hall, right? And don't get noticed by the kids in the guest house, right? Search in silence, kill in silence. After all, it's just still the first twilight. This is a little bit more extravagant than the first 2 episodes. The first 2 episodes, it kind of just cuts away and you find them dead later. She isn't in the guest house, but she wasn't in the mansion either, right? Oh, there she is. Hey, I found her. She's in the rose garden. Why's she standing around there without an umbrella? She's already given up. All mine. You blockheads can just sit there and watch. I told you, no, this one's mine. Come on, if we take any longer, we'll be scolded by Beatrice-sama. Let's take care of it all at once. There, found her, surrounded her. Come on, let's get along and do it all at once, okay? Die! Wait, what? 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 Nani? Or ore?
何よこれ
Does grandma have hands? I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. Kumasawa always had more going on than she let on.
やんちゃなお嬢さんたちだこと。
I fucking knew it.
あの子のお友達かしら。
何こいつババアのくせに何かの間違いよもう一度
Why is she so raw?
こいつどうして私たちを防げるの？
El Grande Madre?
どいてもう一度よ
何度やっても無駄だ。この個人。
She's strong.
私はあの子を待っているのです。どうか呼んできては
Does she
くれませ
mean
んか？
Maria?
そのよう
Or
なピッチワー
Beatrice?
クを私たちがすると思う
Hey, what's up?
その必要はない。
ベアトリーチェ様
私が権限するほどでございます。必ずやお目覚めと思います。
Awakened? Huh.
ローノウェイ、
La Abuela Grande.
久しぶりですね。
So what, does Kumasawa not normally know she has powers?
ええ、本当に久しぶりです。
But the more Beatrice's power grows, the more the servants awaken too? Is that why Kanon is getting
ロー
stronger?
ノウ様を呼びつけに。
そしてあなたもお久しぶりですね、ベアトリーチェ。
こいつベアトリーチェ様までも呼びつけに
よい。そのお方をどなたと心得
No, I don't. Please tell me. It'll be really funny.
ベアトリーチェとはそもそもそのお方に
Wait, is she the witch from the flashback with the blue hair?
わらわはそれを受け継いだ
Was I right that Beatrice is a title?
そのお方こ
Oh my fuck. Oh my
わらわの
god.
師匠先代ベアトリーチェ
Oh my god.
先代
Yeah, it was like pale blue from last stream. From the last Umineko stream. Yeah, her hair is like more blue now. Bro, what the fuck? Gold butterflies appeared in ones and twos from the Garden of Roses and began to gather around Kumasawa. Then, after she was wrapped in a golden sparkle, she burst and disappeared, and Kumasawa's form was no longer there. Oh my god, I was right! I cannot believe this! What's it? I think we've already seen her pachinko design, but we'll take a look. Yeah, it was the same last time. Instead, there was another golden witch, the one who once taught the path of an endless witch to Beatrice, and the only person Beatrice ever called teacher. Her hair was long, beautiful, and vividly youthful, and her figure in that elegant dress couldn't possibly have been mistaken for an old lady. No, this looked like a completely different person from Kumasawa.
これはお師匠様再びお会いできる日が訪れると
She was Kumasawa the whole time?
ええ私もですよ夜がまた眠りを妨げられるとは夢にも思いませんでした
まったく厄介なところでお目覚めになられるいつもの通りお休みであられたなら
Yeah, well, okay.
第一の晩を何も手こずることなく終えられる
Can she even die now?
いやむしろ歓迎すべきですから少々退屈しておりましたところで
相変わらず悪趣味な遊びで罪もない人々をもてあそんでいるようですね。無限
For
の技の力
funsies.
は決して人に迷惑をかけることに使ってはならないと 何度も教えたはずですよ。
What? Well, that's so boring, though. If I had so much power, I would definitely use it to cause many
そう言うなよ、
problems.
お師匠様。退屈は私たちの天敵じゃありませんか。それから逃れるためのちょっとしたスパイスに過ぎませんよ。侵食が進めば進むほどにわらわの力は強くなり、
Corrosion?
わらわの眷属は呼び出しやすくなる。しかしそれは同時にお師匠様の封印を解くことにもつながったとはな。
それを予見していたからこそ、私はこうしてあなたのすぐ近くで眠りについたのですよ。願わくば二度と起こされぬことを夢見ながら、こうしてあなたと再会してしまったのは、
She's got the same thing Natsuki does, where her eyes are closed a lot of the time. I do respect Rita Repulso a lot, yes.
お師匠様は食えないな。
She's very inspirational.
炉の上、家具の子たちを下げなさい。家具は主に仕えるだけです。すべての罪は主が背負います。
かしこまりました、マダム・ベアトリーチェ。
その名はもうその子に譲りました。さあ下がりなさい、家具の娘たち。私は一度聞かぬとしても二度言います。しかし三度目は口にしま
Is
せん。
she gonna, like, wipe them? She seems pretty strong.
下がりなさい、煉獄の七姉妹。巻き添いになれば塵と化します。
I feel like she could wipe the stakes.
下がれみんな。
Renove and the Seven Sisters of Purgatory retreated. After that, what remained was the Beatrice whose daring expression didn't falter, and the teacher Beatrice who had given up that name and wore a composed smile.
さて、お師匠様、久しぶりの再会にはどんなお茶のご用意が良いかな。
I don't even know what happens from here. Can the ritual even complete if she can't kill her?
そうですね。ほうき星の訪れよりも久しい再会です。もてなしてもらいましょうか。粗相があるようならば、我が名と無限の魔女の称号返してもらいますよ。
無限の魔女にも免許更新制度が
Yeah, you gotta go to the DMV. It's a real pain.
仰せのままに
The Witch DMV.
あなたの弟子がどれほど立派になったか、そしてとっくの昔にどれほどあなたを凌駕したか、とくとご覧に入れましょう。
The air between the two Beatrices seemed to explode with sparks. Just by glaring at each other, they purged all spirits from that space. As they watched, the Seven Sisters shivered. After all, if they had retreated just 3 steps less than they had, they would really have already been turned to dust by now.
さあいらっしゃい、ベアトリーチェ。あなたにその名を譲ったことが私の生涯でただ一度の後悔です。
This is like a very Obi-Wan Darth Vader moment.
今自らの手で修正しましょう。
Top 10 anime fights about to occur. I mean, I know there's an Umineko anime, but apparently it's terrible. I bet this part looks like shit.
お師匠様、わらわのただ一度の過ちはこの程度の力を学ぶのにあんたに弟子入りしちまったことだぜ。何が無限の魔女だ。こんなの気づくだけの力じゃねえかよ。
What? I don't understand fully what that
それを
means.
もったいぶって偉そうによ。お前の出番はとっくに終わってんだよ、お師匠様よ。
Yo? What is this song? They're teleporting. Shadow Clone no Jutsu. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you're gonna try to explain this shit, Battler. Oh, there he is. You and me both, pal. Wait, they made the wrong statements red in the anime? How do you even do that? Just read the thing.
私の弟子が迷惑をかけていますね。謝ります。
あんた何者なんだ。熊沢のばあちゃんがどうしてこの姉ちゃんに化けるんだ。
A nature.
つうかあんた誰だよ。
Yeah, I know Pyropoil. I almost feel like, you know, I said at the beginning of this episode, specifically because Battler didn't appear in that scene from episode 2 where Canon fought Lucifer, or was it Satan? I'm getting them mixed up now. That I'm like, okay, well, this is suspicious. That is very obviously intentional that Battler for some reason didn't comment on that scene. And I feel like I was tricked by the witch in the same way Battler is, because it's like, now it's doing it for all of it. Where he's just here all the time witnessing the weird shit. What did you find? That's pretty good. That's pretty good, the JoJo edit. El Grande Madre. That's pretty good. You made this back when you read it? I like that a lot. Good job. Wait, that's wrong. That's pretty good. I can't believe the game tricked me in the same way Battler gets tricked by Beatrice all the time by specifically not revealing things until later.
私はあの子の魔女の師匠です。かつての名はベアトリーチ。あの子が私を継ぐときにその名を送ったため、今は名を持ちます。
あんたがすでに言い切っちまってるが。
She's a real bitch.
あんたの弟子のせいで大いに迷惑しているぜ。頼むから責任取って何とかしてくれ。じゃなくて、俺はこんなの信じねえぞ。
He's in a real pickle right now, because obviously he would just be fine with Beatrice getting destroyed by her, but that would also still mean acknowledging magic, so that might mean he loses?
魔女も魔法もあるもんか。こんなめちゃくちゃバトル、俺は認めねえぞ。くそったな。俺は何を信じりゃいいんだ。
あなたらしい、とても短気なもてなしですね。さすがお師匠様。この程度じゃ、バカバカしくてまぶたを開く。
I know, she's doing that anime MILF thing, where their eyes are always closed.
壊す気でなきゃ無理らしいぜ。さあさあおいでなさい。双剣の戦闘。
Shoulder War Towers? What? Oh no, not the towers. In response to Beatrice's summons, a terrific earth tremor split the rose garden, and on either side of her shoulders, 2 massive war towers sprouted and stabbed into the heavens. Sweet Creamy, you want me to do this now? Okay. Sweet. Beatrice, they hit the war towers. I don't even. This is hard. I'm in this anime fight. Sweet Creamy, I'm so happy you're here to witness top 10 anime fights with me. It's funny because I'm so bewildered. I guess that's true. Bro is pretty flabbergasted right now. Sweet Creamy, I'm very happy you're here to witness this flabbergasting moment with me. I have no clue what's going on anymore. All I know is that you're here with
Let's
me.
rock.
And really, that's all that matters in the end, isn't it? They stretched up to 100 merut? Is that meant to be meters? And each had over 360
I'm
turrets.
having fun.
They were war towers of the God's Army Corps, which had prevented even groups of ancient heroes from invading their sacred grounds. As Beatrice elegantly floated in the gap between the massive two-headed towers, she looked down on her teacher, sneering with a sense of absolute superiority. With the two massive towers lined up behind her shoulders, the witch looked very small. Thanks, Duke. Like a butterfly dancing between huge trees.
蝶に化ければ買わせるとか思うなよ。双子島の弾幕密度じゃあんた虫ピンの昆虫標本どころか
Bro,
めった刺しの針刺し
what is happening? Over 720 ports opened on the towers, and godly soldiers readied their multi-shot ballistas. Yeah, she's set and passed, okay? She's special, she like did her synchro summon. That was really loud. The ballista shots that numbered over 1,000 were all fired at once, drawing a beautiful geometric curtain of death. The boorish sound as the bowstrings were played was probably even deeper than that of a reaper swinging its sickle. Another tower. There's a secret third tower, everybody. I don't know what any of what you're saying means. The sky was stained in incandescent red, and from between the clouds a blazing massive tower fell upside down. The massive falling tower in its rubble sucked in the thousands of ballista shots so that not one of them approached the body of the witch who had summoned it. That's right, no group of people, no matter how large, could approach the mysteries of heaven. That was the reality of the fallen tower. We have the scale has suddenly gone very, very big. This escalated very quickly in a way I didn't expect. Ore no turn. They're just playing Yu-Gi-Oh now. As the massive crimson tower that had fallen made a terrible gold-colored explosion, a massive spear appeared from inside those flames, so tall, like a tower, that you had to look up to see all of it. It was too large even for a giant's hand. That divinely beautiful spear of the gods was so massive it gave the illusion that fallen tower had turned into a spear of the same size. It was a spear of certain victory that none could escape. Alright, does Beatrice have mirror force? Looks like you're... Please don't say it like that. Please don't say it to me, tower. I can't deal with this. I can't breathe. Alright, let's figure out. What is happening? When she snapped her fingers in command, the massive tower-sized spear shot at Beatrice like a lightning bolt. It aimed right for the middle of the center of the Golden Witch's heart with extreme precision. As she danced in the gap between the towers like a butterfly, slicing straight through the air like a flash of lightning. Oh, I love Norse mythology. Oh no, her trap card. Giant soldier battle line. They're literally, this is just how Yu-Gi-Oh characters talk. The shoulder war towers exploded in gold. They became several billion gold butterflies. Those butterflies took the shape of 7 massive armored soldiers. Each stretched a full 50 meruts into the sky. I don't even know what that means. And they lined up in front of Beatrice, protecting their master and holding massive shields that towered like windmills. Is anybody else seeing this? Any of the family members? Easter Island. They were as massive as a mountain range. The witch behind them was like a small moon hiding behind the mountains. Once in the past, when the massive shields these giants held had been readied by the whole regiment, they had protected King Wilhelm's castle, not only from arrows, but from the wind and the rain. For when they had faced upwards and held their shields to the heavens, not a single raindrop had gotten through. Huh. Is that nobody else is seeing this, huh? Like, nobody sees the giant statue men appearing? Okay, this Spear of the Gods is very big and cool. Oh, what? Hephaestus? A golden whirlwind arose at the feet of the giant soldiers with a cloud of countless butterflies. They attached themselves to the massive shields like gold leaves, sparkling like they were a gold mirror. It was the absolute defensive wall given to a goddess by the chief of the gods, the Aegis Shield. Aegis Reflector. When the Holy Spear, which left a dignified tail behind it like a comet, crashed into the mountain range of that golden shield, there was a terrible, thunderous roar. It was the creaking of the pillars that held up the heavens. The divine spear spun around and was sent flying into the direction of the setting sun. This is just Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, it's even got the characters commenting on the sidelines. Epaulette mate, a checkmate where the king is trapped by their own pieces and can't escape an attack. Oh, I see. Cause of the statues, I get it. What, like unstoppable force versus immovable objects? Ryukishi's been watching a lot of card game shows, I think. A lot of card game anime. The giant soldier battle line, which had fully blocked the divine spear, released its holy gold shields. The shields fell to the earth, making the ground shake. When they did, another gold whirlwind arose, and the 7 gold shields changed their form into 7 massive spears of lightning lying on the ground. At once, each of the giants lifted one of their legs high and firmly stomped on the tips of the handles. As the earth shook with a thunderous sound, the 7 lightning spears spun beautifully and flew up above the giant soldiers' heads. They scattered into a golden splash and began to fall before the giants. Each of the giants squared off, and with the force of their whole body, they kicked and smashed them. The broken pieces numbered exactly 30 and became lightning spears of exactly the same size as the originals, which made 210 for the 7 giants, and all of those burst at once, with each splitting into 30 thorns for a total of 6,300. They became a barrage of thunderclouds, drawing a beautiful geometric pattern, and then each changed into 3 bolts of lightning, so that 18,900 thunderbolts shot at the predecessor Beatrice. What? Nani? The bundles of almost 20,000 thunderbolts must have reduced the teacher's body to dust, but there had been no resistance. Beatrice knew immediately that she had been fooled. At that time, from the direction that the sun had supposedly set, she felt the impossible rays of sunlight. A brilliant ray of light shone on her profile. It was the figure of her teacher holding aloft the spear of the gods that had supposedly been repelled a short while ago. She bore a sparkle like the sun on her back and made it shine on the incarnation of darkness. As Beatrice watched, she was trapped like a mouse in a cage, cornered in a dead end formed by the giant soldier battle line. Made Epaulet. By now, the predecessor Beatrice had seized a position directly alongside that line. Battler, explain pendulum summoning right now. Explain link climbing too. Oh, I hate exposing my flank. Her bold expression hadn't faltered even once, but now it twisted for the first time. And faster than Beatrice could click her tongue, the predecessor Beatrice released the holy spear. As it leapt through the air, it changed its form once more. The what? The what, brothers? The what hammer? Blockheads, because they're made of rocks. By now it was no longer a spear, but the whirlwind of a massive hammer that raised a sound like a windstorm as it flew through the air. It was the legendary hammer that had shaken even the king of the frost giants. Wait, Mjolnir? So the giant soldiers couldn't escape from that fear. I don't know what the Dverger brothers are. So maybe they're dwarves who made Mjolnir, I don't know. This is deliberately written to destroy anyone over the age of 40. Yeah. You could never hope to be this chuny. I aspire for this level of chuny. It's incredible. So regardless of how strongly their master ordered them, they couldn't get in the path of that hammer. Before the whirlwind of that massive chunk of metal, Beatrice was nothing more than a mere speck. The instant the whirlwind started to suck Beatrice in, she appeared to change into a massive war tower. Another one. The iron hammer smashed the war tower, scattering tremendous amounts of rubble, but it did not reach she who had escaped behind it. Furthermore, when the smoke started to settle, the war tower had sucked in the massive iron tower without crumbling and blocked the way. Even the giant smashing iron hammer couldn't break through the final tower protecting the witch. However, this war tower was actually the witch's last trump card. It was a war tower for dodging that could only save her from danger once. It was a trap card! But this tower was impregnable. Oh my god. Yeah, this is Calvin Ball shit. No weapon could break through it. At that time, the moon disappeared. As Beatrice hid in the shadows of the giant soldier battle line and the war tower, she looked up at the sky. When she did, inside the moon was the figure of a massive horse ridden by the god of war and death. The predecessor Beatrice rode the horse with him. His cloak had blocked the moon and swallowed it in an eerie shadow, and the spear of the gods was in his hand once more. Oh, I love summoning Odin in Final Fantasy. In other words, it was a godly knight who had jumped over the ramparts formed by the giant soldiers and the war tower, attacking from the heavens. Smothered mates. The struggle to the death between the two witches with the same name was over. Okay. Okay. The spear that had been launched from the heavens pierced the ground. The giant soldier battle line and the war tower split up into countless gold butterflies, wrapping the area in a gold-colored storm. Then came the sound of thunder, and the sound of the falling rain and wind. If you looked around, the rose garden was empty. The butler and the rest were watching the two witches confronting each other, but Beatrice alone had changed. Did she actually lose? She had been pierced straight through by the spear from the base of her neck and her right shoulder to her left buttocks, unable to even reach the ground with her feet, horribly exposed like a pitiful pinned butterfly tormented by the wind and rain.
ベアトリーチェ様。
さすが恐ろしいお方です。
これで決着です、ベアトリーチェ。
Okay, what can even happen now? Ouch. Beatrice wore a bitter smile of false courage, but a strand of blood dangled from her mouth, making her look even more pitiful. Oh my god.
そしてベアトリーチェの名を今こそ返してもらいましょう。無限の魔女を語るにはお前は未熟が過ぎます。
やめて、許しておくれよ、お嬢様。ちょっとふざけた。
It was just a little prank. It was just a funny joke.
あなたから我が名を奪います。元の姿に戻してあげましょう。過ぎたる力を手放し、己にふさわしい生を全うするがよいでしょう。
Smothered mate like an epaulette mate, but delivered by a knight to a king entirely pinned by their own pieces. Oh, I see. It's because the knight can jump over them, right, with the L shape?
さあさあ、思い出してごらんなさい。あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。
The predecessor Beatrice began to recite the words of power. When she did, small gold butterflies gathered near the skewer Beatrice and began to swarm about her. Like butterflies sucking the nectar out of flowers, they began to suck the magical power out of Beatrice, and it seemed to cause her intense pain. A cry of anguish issued from Beatrice's mouth. She no longer had any power to resist it.
さあさあ、目を閉じてごらんなさい。思い出してごらんなさい。あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。さあ、ベアトリーチェ、あなたも私と一緒に復唱なさい。一緒にお歌を歌いましょう。
I have no idea what's going on anymore.
すぐに終わりますよ。あなたの苦痛が少しでも早く終わります。 一緒にさあさあ思い出してごらんなさい。あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。
Yeah, I can tell why they say the real Umineko starts here.
さあ
Cause it goes off the fucking chain.
あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか
When the two of them began to recite the same song, more and more gold butterflies danced around, swarming around Beatrice.
大丈夫ですよお嬢様。あなたは私の弟子であることを失いますが、私の仕えるお嬢様であることに変わりはありません。そうしたらまた一緒にご本を読んで差し上げましょう。リンゴのパイを焼いて差し上げましょう。
I could go for an apple pie, honestly.
昔のように。さあさあ思い出してごらんなさい。
思い出してごらんなさい。そろそろ思い出せてきたかな。なあお師匠様、あんたの後ろにあるそれ思い出したかな。
What?
何ですかこれは。
When the predecessor Beatrice looked behind her, there was an eerie hedgehog curled up there. Sonic? What are you doing here? What? The oldest trick in the book. A hedgehog. Surprise. No, it was herself. There was another predecessor Beatrice whose whole body had been packed with ballista shots, lying there like a pincushion doll.
さあさあ
What?
思い出してごらんなさい。あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。
Or maybe I'm... What?
さあさあ思い出してごらんなさい。
Did she lose from the start? This was all just a funny illusion?
あなたがどうやって殺されたのか。
The predecessor Beatrice was stunned. Her form gradually began to fade away. Alright.
これはいつの間に。最初に呼んだのは双剣の塔ではない。四つ子の塔だったのよ。お師匠様の左右はるかに潜んだ隠し塔が描く
What?
セブンスランクルークの死の境界線をお師匠様はのこのこと踏み越えてきてくれた。
What? I need to I'm like rereading this several times to understand what the fuck she's saying. The 7th rank rook boundary of death.
チェックの発生が遅れてしまったことだけはマナー違反。率直に謝ろう。
Ah, the oldest trick in the book, the secret 3rd and 4th towers. The battle had been decided at the very beginning. It had been over since the time the predecessor had leaned forward, readying her holy spear to attack Beatrice, who had been wedged between her shoulder towers. The hidden towers lurking on either side had bathed her in a windstorm of ballista shots from 720 ports on both sides, pinning and killing her. However, Beatrice hadn't wanted it to be resolved like that. She had wanted to let her teacher take her next move and had continued acting as though the game was still on. She had immediately revived her with the endless power and had made her continue the game as though nothing had happened. Then, the predecessor slowly remembered that she had already been killed and began to vanish completely. When she did, the spear that had pierced Beatrice also vanished. Well, bye, I guess. Beatrice finally landed on the ground. There wasn't even a trace of a scar.
楽しかったぞ。お師匠様。
Well, that was a character.
また遊びたくなったらいつでも蘇らせてやるよ。それで適当に遊んだら死体だったことをまた思い出させてやるからさ。なあ、ちゃんとあんたの言いつけは守ってるぜ。おもちゃは遊び終わったらちゃんとおもちゃ箱にしまいましょうってな。
楽勝でございますかな。
愚か新章だ。四つ子島で騙せてなかったら死んでおったのはわらわの方よ。さすがはお師匠様だが、これで胸が張れる。
Sutando proud.
わらわは今こそお師匠様を完全に超えたとな。ロノウェ、お師匠様の亡骸をもう少しマシにしておけ。わらわもそこまで敬意を失ってはおらぬでな。
かしこまりました。今宵の第一の晩は
I know. That was insane. That was a lot of things that happened for the first murders.
少しは片付けも必要でしょう。すぐに取り掛かります。ヤギたちよ、お片付けの時間です。
And by that I mean I will tell other people to do it. When Renove snapped his fingers, blazing, sparkling eyes began to blink open in the shadows and darkness, becoming goat-headed attendants that appeared one after another. One by one, they wordlessly stood at attention in a line behind Renove's back.
この度は6人の遺体をどのようにいたしますか?
Yeah, let's set him up in another funny way.
また密室形式に。
わらわは今それを考える気分に。ロノウェに任せ。
You come up with the funny murder plot this time, Renove.
バトラを悩ませるようなとびっきりの密室を頼むぞ。
かしこまりました。それではとびきりの。
それ、バトラはどう？
You really need to rub this one in his face, huh?
バトラ、わらわの大
She's desperate for his attention. She really wants his validation.
今のめちゃくちゃな魔法の嵐を見せつけられて。
Yeah, that's a tough one.
俺は何を否定すればいいんだ。
Paddler, I was so cool.
魔女はいるも何も。あんなドッカンドッカン。凄まじいファンタジーを見せつけられて。
Yeah, I don't know. That's a great question.
何を否定すりゃいいんだよ。もうわかんねえ。前回もそうだが。
I mean, it's what you said at the beginning, right? All the witch needs to do is show you some insane magic. That you literally said that.
だよな。こんなの見ちまったらもう言い逃れはできねえもんな。さあバトラ、とんでも推理を聞かせてくれよ。
お嬢様、笑いに品がございます。
Your laugh's becoming too silly.
おお、これはすまぬ。しかしわらわの責任ではないぞ。何しろバトラにキューッと両目を固く閉じてキリキリギリギリ歯ぎしりするなんとも悔しそうなその表情を見せられると、自然とわらわの口からこぼれて
I
しま
can't
う
help
ほ
but
どだ
laugh at
な。
him. She's just like me.
さあバトラ様、くじけずにテーブルへお戻りを。お嬢様はバトラ様の反撃を。
Battler's counterattack. He's gonna drop an asteroid on her.
ふざけるな。何をどう反論すりゃいいってんだ。まずあの塔が地面から生えてきたあたりからもうめちゃくちゃだろうが。
Yeah, how can you... It's a tough thing to argue against when you're like, I don't even know what any of that was.
実は六軒島の地下に合体変形巨大ロボの秘密研究所でもあって。
You should say that, actually. Kinzo's actually secretly Dr. Saotome.
ボタン一つでおかしな塔が生えてくるってのか。
There's a getter under this island.
ああ、それならあのでけえ巨人どもはきっとロボットだぜ。あるいは悪の秘密結社のメガ怪獣かもな。
Dr. Hell.
わけわかんねえよ。俺に話しかけるんじゃねえ。
Don't talk to me. I want to be left alone.
ほらほらほらほら、泣くなよ。魔法でドッカンドッカン。
Look at.
そ 砕くし水星を雨のようにだって降らすさ。お前好みのムチムチ姉ちゃんで島を埋め尽くしてやってもいいんだぜ。
Listen, don't cry. I can make a bunch of girlfriends for you. Is that what you want?
わらわの手番は終わったぜ。受け手をさせよ。反撃しろよ。できねえだろ。できねえのは船長も承知よ。お前こういうのダメだもんな。こういうファンタジー本当は大好き。
It was pretty cool. You gotta admit that at least, Battler. It was pretty cool.
知ってんだよ。今時こんなの地元に
This chuny shit, you're all about it.
漫画に小説、アニメに映画。10代くらいのガキンチョたちがおかしな特殊能力いっぱい持ってて世界
If I show you some anime shit, that means you'll like it more and therefore admit it's real. You love Dragon Ball, Battler. You love Yu Yu Hakusho, Battler.
好きじゃねえかよ。そのお前の大好きなやつがちょいと目の前で披露されただけじゃねえかよ。どうして漫画やアニメのそれは信じてくれるのにわらわのだけ信じてくれねえんだよ。信じろよ信じろよ信じちまえよ。反論なんかできねえさ。こうして見せられちまったんだからな。ほらほらほらほら返事をしろよ。
Tell me it's a JoJo reference, Battler.
思考はいらねえ。素直にごめんなさいベアトリーチェ様って言えばいいんだよ。ほらほら言ってみろ。ごめんなさいベアトリーチェ様って言ってみろよ。言えよ言えよ恥ずかしがるなよ。
Oh my god. Oh my... Fuck was any of that? Okay. It's now... It is now 6 a.m. Okay. We're just jumping ahead. Alright, keep it moving. I think that is a great... I think that's a great place to stop for tonight. Oh, whew, many events occurred. Cause we'll stream more Umineko tomorrow. Maybe we'll get more top 10 anime battles. Many things happened tonight. We saw some towers. We saw some spears. The battle line. Many things were going on. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. What do I don't even know what to say. I don't know. I'm looking forward to more tomorrow, I guess. I guess we'll raid Cat. Cat's playing Sonic Heroes, which will be a nice cleanser after that. Thank you everybody for watching. Thanks Chris for the raid. If you like what you watch, consider following me on these things if you don't already. Join all of these things. Praise my name. Go bother Cat in her stream and watch some Sonic Heroes. Sonic Heroes is a good game no matter what she says. Goodbye. I don't know how to end after that. I've been totally upstaged by Beato.